Okay, Madam Mayor, thanks, and apologize for that brief interruption. It sounds like everything should be fixed, and we're ready to reconvene. You are.
Hi, and thank you, Sharon, for the introduction, and good morning, City Council and Mayor. My name is Yahya Dircio, and I'm a first-generation Latina in my last year microbiology and immunology degree, and the president of the Honors College Student Council. For many students, the path to success can be uncertain. We have visions and goals, the resources to achieve them sometimes feel out of reach. And this is where the Office of Undergraduate Fellowship comes in, bridging the gap between potential and opportunity. The Office of Undergraduate Fellowships is housed in the UNR Honors College and is the only one of its kind in Nevada available for students in the higher education system, and help students achieve professional and academic dreams. For myself, I began my honors journey thinking I would do medical school, but that was mostly because I didn't really know what was there for me. However, through the Office of Undergraduate Fellowships, I found my love for research and pivoted toward a research career. And my current research focuses on the development of rapid test diagnostics for infectious diseases. And my current project is focused on Ebola virus, or one of them. Without the office, I wouldn't have been able to earn a competitive research award from the National Institutes of Health, which provides me with an annual stipend of $14,000 along with travel funds. This office provides much more than just guidance. It provides a personalized approach to bring each student's unique strengths, whether that's assisting finding national scholarships or some research grants and awards. Staff ensures that no student's potential goes unnoticed. Within the past 2 years, the amount of students that have applied for these competitive fellowships has increased in the Honors College. And so far, among those, we've had one Truman Scholarship winner and one finalist, a Goldwater Scholarship winner, 3 Gilman recipients, Fulbright recipient, and a variety earning the Critical Language Scholarship and the Teach for America Award. And by applying to these competitive fellowships, our students are not just competing against their fellow honors students, competing against students all over the country, including those who are from the Ivy Leagues. Office also offers honors classes that focus on research development and fellowships, along with internships that help students gain experience in marketing and mentorship. And opportunities to conduct research abroad, like Sharon mentioned, in Sri Lanka and Ecuador. The office walks alongside students through every step of the process, helping craft personal statements and prepare for interviews. Their workshops and writing sessions and one-on-one consultations create a sense of community where I and many others have felt supported. And every student I've worked with, including myself, knows the amount of time and hours and drafts that go into each application before we submit the final version. And the process for opening a fellowship is often a journey of self-discovery, learning how to articulate our passions and reflect on our accomplishments and vision our future impact on the world. And through our mentorship, I didn't grow as an applicant, but I grew as an individual. This success story is a testament to the profound impact of the Office of Undergraduate Fellowships on countless students, and I just wanted to express on behalf of all the students I'm touched by the office our heartfelt gratitude, because it's a catalyst for transformation, a place where our aspirations take flight and where the impossible becomes possible. Thank you. Now I introduce Celeste Robles, who focus on leadership opportunity in the Honors College.
I love that. Great job.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Celeste Robles. I'm also first-generation Latina. I'm also Yaha's roommate, so we live here together. I'm in my senior year as well, also in microbiology. I copied her a little bit, not gonna lie. But I'm pleased to tell you about the strength and leadership students are given at Honors College. At the Honors College, we take pride in fostering leadership among students. It's not just about academic excellence or achieving personal goals. It's about shaping the next generation of leaders, both in their academic skills and in the world around them. One of the ways Honors College accomplishes this is by putting students into leadership positions. As student leaders, we're given the responsibility to represent our peers, but also to actively work towards ensuring their success. I'm honored to serve as the Vice President of the Honors College Student Council, where my role is to guide and support fellow students in academic journey. But this isn't just a job we take lightly. Being a leader means listening, understanding, and being proactive. Our council is more than just a body of student representatives. We are a bridge of the student body and faculty. We make sure that every student feels seen, supported, and equipped to succeed, whether it's providing resources for academic success, organizing events that foster a sense of community, or simply offering a listening ear to someone who needs it. We work tirelessly to create an environment where all Honors College students can thrive. And as upperclassmen, we have the privilege of sharing what we've learned along the way, whether it's study tips, time management strategies, or how to make most of the resources available to us. But leadership at the Honors College isn't just about managing responsibility or organizing events. It's about setting an example. We are here to inspire others to take initiative, to empower them to become leaders themselves, and to encourage them to make positive impact both in our community and beyond. An example is myself, of course. Instead of being the vice president, I am the undergraduate student in my research lab at the university. I have the privilege of guiding and supporting my peers in their lab tasks. My position is a direct result of the Honors College emphasis on cultivating strong leaders and providing opportunities to take on greater responsibilities. With this experience, I am able to enhance my problem-solving skills, improve communication with my fellow peers, and contribute meaningfully to our ongoing research project. Even if you don't have experience in leadership, the Honors College at the university provides students with invaluable leadership opportunities. Through over 70 possible leadership positions outside the Honors College Student Council, such as Honors Ambassadors, peer coaches, and the Leader Focus course, Honors 110, these roles are designed to help students develop critical leadership skills while actively contributing to the Honors College community. With the support of dedicated honors faculty, students are given the guidance and resources necessary to grow as effective leaders, empowering them to take on meaningful leadership positions both within and outside of their academic environment. In conclusion, leadership in the Honors College is much more about holding a title. It's about creating a supportive, dynamic, and inclusive environment where every student is empowered to succeed. As a student leader, we are dedicated to that mission, and I'm so proud to be part of that community. Now I introduce our final speaker, Bo, who will talk about mentorship and how people in the community of Reno contribute.
Nice job. Good. Great.
Thank you, Celeste. Good morning, Mayor, council members, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Bo Bush, and I'm a senior at the University of Nevada, Reno. As a member of the Honors College, I've had the privilege of experiencing firsthand how education and community can work together to create meaningful opportunities. The Honors College has not only supported my academic growth, but has also connected me to the broader Reno community, opened doors that have profoundly shaped my professional and personal development. The Honors College is more than just an academic program. It's a collaborative effort to foster talent, curiosity, and innovation. At its core, it aims to prepare students not just for future careers, but actively contribute to the success of the state they live in. What makes it truly unique is its ability to connect students' real-world experiences, mentorship, internships, and partnerships with local leaders and organizations. These connections don't just transform the lives of students, they strengthen Reno's fabric as a community. My fellow peers are here today and have witnessed this impact firsthand. Through the Honors College, I secured roles Startup NV and at a statewide startup incubator in the Sierra Angel, an angel investment group based in Pine Village. These roles have allowed me to work closely with Reno and Nevada-based companies, providing them with the support and resources they need to grow. At Startup NV, I've had the opportunity to assist local entrepreneurs in navigating the challenges of launching and scaling businesses. With Sierra Angels, I've conducted due diligence, evaluated innovative ideas, and made a role in deploying capital to support prominent companies in our region. These experiences have not only shaped my understanding of startups and venture capital, have also deepened my connection to Reno's thriving startup ecosystem. I've seen firsthand the incredible potential our city holds as a hub for innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm proud to have contributed to this growth, and I'm grateful to the Honors College for helping me find these opportunities to make an impact. The Honors College, which benefits everyone involved. Students gain hands-on experience, refine their skills, develop a deeper understanding of what it takes to contribute meaningfully to their chosen field. Local organizations gain access to a pool of motivated, innovative thinkers who are eager to learn and make an impact. And the community benefits when these students, inspired by their experiences, choose to stay in Reno and contribute to the growth and success. This is where your leadership and partnership are invaluable. The Honors College is eager to collaborate with you to create new opportunities, internships, shadow, and mentorship programs that connect students to the heart of our city. These opportunities allow students to develop professionally while directly contributing to Reno's growth as a hub of innovation, business, and community development. By strengthening the collaboration between those leaders and the Honors College, we can open even more pathways for students to learn and contribute. Today, I invite us all to consider how we can continue building this bridge between education and opportunity. What partnerships can we foster? What roles students play in helping challenges or drive new initiatives? As leaders of Reno, we've already demonstrated a commitment to fostering growth and opportunity. The Honors College is prepared to build on that commitment, ensuring that students are not only prepared to succeed, but also equipped to contribute meaningfully to our community. We look forward to working with you to develop this collaboration and explore new ways we can support each other's goals. Whether through serving on an Honors College committee, becoming a mentor, developing opportunities for student engagement, or countless other ways we can get involved, together we can ensure that Reno remains a place students, businesses, and the entire community can thrive.
Wow. You seem like a senator for sure. Madam Mayor, great job.
Just a quick question for those folks. Just wondered, they're all in the Honors College, and I wondered if they could say how to get in the Honors College, because I'm sure people are listening. My husband was in the Honors College in another state, another university, but I don't know what the setup is here,
Yeah.
the rules.
We have a two way of admitting students as of now. The first way we have application that students can apply for. That presentation has a QR code that could lead that. It also has a lot more information about us. We don't require any minimum GPA or minimum scores, but we want to see those numbers from students who apply. But we wanted two references from them and personal statements in that application. The other is that university provides scholarships, and the highest level scholarships they provide is a presidential scholarship. The recipients of those get offered admission to the Honors College automatically. Can accept that.
Thank you. That's great. And we also have the wonderful Dean, Mr. Matt Means. Would you like to, are you proud? You feel proud, Papa?
Every single day, multiple times. You can tell it's a great pleasure for me to be able to work with these students and see them over the course of 4 years. 4 years go by very quickly, and knowing that they are going to be leading our society helps me go to bed with a very big smile every night. Our world is in good shape.
Oh, that is wonderful.
So
Thank you
for the
so
invitation.
much for being here. We appreciate you. I was just blown away whenever I came to your event and really want people to see our future. And like you said, we're in good hands. So
thank you for
thank you so much. Thank you. And also, Councilman Reese, you have students in the gallery.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Where are
Yes,
they? Wave your
my
hands.
students can just wave.
There
say
you
hi.
are. Hi, you
I got
guys.
four, one back.
Hi.
So I have the privilege of being an adjunct professor at the university. So up there, once a week and meeting with students. Thank you so much for the presentation from the Honor College. There's a lot going on at the University of Nevada, Reno, and it's really something to be proud of course, with our I can't say it, sesquicentennial, 150th year. That really neat experience, and it's been a privilege to be a part of. So thank you so much, and thanks students for being here.
Yeah, great. We always love when the students come because we really hope that one day you're sitting in our seats. So it's not stressful at all. Anyway, thanks you guys. Appreciate you. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our public commenter today is Markel, followed by Paul White, followed by Harry Brooks.
Good morning, Mark. Nice to see you. In a while.
I don't know why.
We notice when you're not here.
What?
Notice when you're not here.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markel. I'm a current Reno resident. Back in 1989, I got a driving crash. I was a passenger, and anyway, this being the holiday season, you don't want to get drunk with anybody. You don't want to get drunk, period. But you can take away all the fun of the holiday seasons if you do, and that would be a total drag. I rolled 8 times and was ejected out of the vehicle. Put in a coma for a month. I'm sorry for stating what happened to me, but I just don't want to see this happen to anybody else. I collect SSI, so I collect all your people. I'm supported by all you people, so hopefully I'm doing a good job in expressing myself. I know I don't talk well, but I just want to express to my part or my SSI. And I'm very, very committed to talking about it, right? I go out to Spark and talk. So I'm volunteer for the Victims Impact Panel. So I do my part for the community. They help support me, and it's a good thing. I'm very grateful for that. So I'm doing my part. And I just want to say to anybody getting in the car with a drunk driver and run the holiday season. Thank you.
Good job, Mark. Important message.
Thank you.
Paul White, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Farah.
Paul White. I just wanted to follow up on a few items that came up at the last meeting that didn't really closure. First would be just about exactly a week from this morning, because the council still has not moved, fully empower the PD to fully enforce laws against vagrancy, public drugs, public nuisance. A man was murdered right outside your door, as you know, around lunchtime a week ago. This was avoidable. The person charged with the murder is known as a frequent flyer. In other words, he was picked up all the time. Obviously, the laws were not fully enforced all the time with him, or he would not have been on the street. So because they were not willing to forcibly remove the man, a man died, murdered brutally. Miss Ebert happened to make a comment after I spoke last time, and you heard her, and she said how she'd been out with the police and mentioning how to deal with the homeless and law. She said she was for it, but not to, I wouldn't forcibly haul them away, she said. This should be very concerning to all of you and the city attorney as well. Miss Ebert, like all of you, is trying to enforce the law. And she's saying not going to remove them, which makes kind of a problem because what we did right away through the city attorney and the district attorney is either a complete retraction of Ms. Ebert's statement that she would not fulfill the oath she swore. Or if she's not willing to do that, then she needs to be resigned or be removed from office. So we'll be checking back with you on that. And the final thing was just to update on the idea of how is it to communicate with the board, especially the mayor, to schedule a meeting. You heard the mayor two times in the last month speak of her willingness to meet. So I followed through with what you said, and I contacted your office and left the message with your assistant. As you said, you'd be interested and willing to do. Today's day number 8, and I've heard nothing. So back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White, appreciate it. Mr. Colton will get with you. I don't know where maybe Rebecca, you can find him. He'll get you before you leave. Thank you, Mr. White. Okay.
Terry Brooks, followed by Farrah Downey, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning, me, Terry Brooks again. And today's presentation is about different people's behavior when it comes to discrimination. A lot of people learn to behave in a lot of different ways, just like a lot of people communicate in a lot of different ways. Some people just want to sit down whenever they want to sit down, while other people will only sit down when they're told to sit down. Some people have to sit down if they're going to talk, while other people have to stand up if they are going to talk. Some people add to what they say by using facial expressions, while other people use their hands to make such expressions. Some people think it's courteous to offer people gifts, while other people think it's rude to offer people gifts. Some people think it's polite to open doors for others, while others think it's rude to open doors for others. Some people think it's rude to knock on someone's door, while other people just keep on knocking until someone opens that door. Some people will leave someone else's house whenever they want to, while others don't think it's polite to leave until they're told to. A lot of people refuse to eat certain kinds of foods, but people like me will eat any kind of foods. A lot of people will not help themselves to someone else's food, but will only accept it if someone hands them a plate full of food. And then when they eat that food given to them by the host, they intentionally make burping noises as a way to compliment the host. People are often discriminated against because of all of these behaviors. But if people all just accept each other, then they would understand all of these behaviors. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today. And I brought some food for you all, but I'd probably eat it all on the way.
Thank you. Terry, I always love your public comment. Where are you at?
This is chapter 43, just so you know, I've got 3 more chapters to go.
Wow.
And then I'll give our chapter 1 another book.
Okay, perfect. I got you on record.
Farrah Downey, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad that Donald's not here because I moved to Spark, so I feel like I'm cheating, so I want to apologize first. So I was like, okay, maybe
I
it's done.
noticed too.
My name is Farrah Downey. I'm here to speak on a couple of things today. I was compelled to come at the last minute and just wanted to, 1, say congratulations to everybody who retained their seat or a new seat. Go girl. And 2, I wanted to take a small quip about, okay, everybody that knows me is that I'm in housing and knows that I'm on the front lines, in the streets, doing what it takes to either help people obtain, retain, or sustain permanent housing. Can I say thank you for the Lake Mill Lodge and what the city has done and the action that it's taken against that and the owners. I know that it's displaced a lot of people, but I would like to accolades to Monica and Jana and team up in the housing department here at the city. So I'm really grateful for that. I also comment that I am grateful for everyone's availability. I heard comment that people are available. I've always been able to reach out to every single one of them. Okay, and 2. Or maybe 3, I don't know. I'd like to come and say, I saw that item 2, Jacobs Entertainment, was doing a status update. And so I decided to not really comment on that, but just maybe give my own update and maybe a little character reference of some maybe you guys don't see from the other side. As I've become in the last 3 years a more strong and intellectual businesswoman, what I'm hearing and what I'm learning is that business is not always about the deal. 9 times out of 10, it's not about the deal. It's about the person or the human behind the deal and the person and their character. So specifically, Jeff Jacobs in this scenario, if those who do not know, I used to run predominantly most of the motels that were located on Center Street, the townhouse over on Arlington, all those before they came down. It was
300 pounds, and I was living with cockroaches and bed bugs and was nearly murdered. And when Jacobs Entertainment came in and purchased up those motels, it caused a lot of narrative. It was doing an injustice. Well, I can tell you now that I stand before you as a CEO of a nonprofit organization, I also am a homeowner. And the people that support Jacobs Entertainment is not only supporting what deal is, but the person and character. Now, let's tell you in the last minute of a nonprofit organization called Redirect Outreach. Now, they have partnered with Nevada Elite Wrestling, and these are two nonprofit organizations that help young children from boxing, physical fitness, nutrition, gives them secondary a place to be a home. Now, let me tell you why Jacobs Entertainment is entwined with these nonprofits. These two nonprofits decided to join recently and help. They are getting people and little girls out of these motels and getting them their scholars into college. Now, they need a building so they could join. Jacobs Entertainment donated a 20,000 square foot building for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars under market value each month so that these nonprofits could flourish and help our children and our community. So being somebody that was affected by the movement, I want to give accolades to every single person that's taken negativity and that false narrative supporting this progress. And let me tell you, when you're supporting the movement Jeff Jacobs specifically is directing in our community, you are helping people like myself that were stuck in the hotels, children that are there now, they are now have a chance. So from beginning to end, when you're supporting the deal, you're supporting the character, and I'd like to stand up here and say directly, anything Jacobs right now with the city, God bless you, and please moving forward. So when you're voting for anything Jacobs Entertainment, you're really voting for the legacy of these children that don't shot. And I just want to stand up and give my own update. So that's what I wanted to say. And thank you guys for being available. I appreciate it.
Nice.
Sorry, I almost
Good.
got off.
Thank you.
And Dawn wasn't here, so that's great. Great.
Stephen White, followed by Sam Gettle, followed by McRossi.
Good morning, council members. For the new members, my name is Stephen White, longtime advocate for artistic freedom in America. Last 28 years, I've battled for artistic freedom across this country. I've been involved in 3 winning federal litigations that have defined the First Amendment rights of artists. And you know, fine arts represent the very culture, the heritage, the beauty, and the very soul of a society. And throughout history, the downfall of all of the civilizations have been preceded by government takeover and loss of artistic freedom. And that sadly is what's going on here in America today. The philosopher Plato said it best more than 2,000 years ago when speaking before the forum. He said, "They have long known of its ability to reach both the intellect and the emotion, and have sought to control the arts to serve the interests of the state." You don't think that's happened here in the United States? The state of Nevada itself is forcing artists, illegally forcing artists under licensing restrictions, forcing artists to face a tax on their protected speech, and forcing artists to steal money from the public, a condition of engaging in their constitutional right to free speech. The fine arts represent the soul of America. And sadly, I hear that now, along with the downfall of fine arts, the soul of America is also dying. Now, on a lighter note, Mayor, I have something here for you. Something that will put a smile on your face for years to come. Something I know that you always remember for. But it comes with a little metaphor that every government official should keep in mind, take to heart.
Oh, it's the
When
bunnies.
considering the best laid plans, mice and men, don't forget the bunnies. Don't forget all those who don't have a voice. Don't forget all those who are fearful of speaking out. And most of all, don't forget all the beautiful living creatures that share this planet with. Thank you for your time. This is for you,
And
Mayor.
for those of you that don't know,
Step up there.
Mr. White, yes, please. Mr. White is a massive champion for the arts and freedom of speech, and we did a lot of great work together whenever I first was elected. Remember, I had no idea what I was doing. Thank you, friend, and thank you for your service to this country. We're very fortunate to have you.
Sam Gettle, followed by McRossi, followed by Craig Bronson.
Hello, Sam.
Welcome aboard, all you people. Just wanted to bring to your attention an issue. I'm in the property business, and I represent about 30 people and families that are affected, and I bring it down garbage.
It's
after
all right.
these wonderful things.
That's what we're for.
But I have, through Reno Direct, and it's a service report 006041. I was reminded to come before you guys. This is a very unique forum, and it's wonderful, coming from the Bay Area 30 years ago, to be able to speak to you. And so what's basically happened, the complaint is that there's continuous garbage and mattresses. And so Reno has a problem with small apartment buildings that have no management or management, and the owners are out of state, usually the Bay Area or Los Angeles. So this is that situation.
Yeah.
This is not Old Creamery Alley, which you guys, thankfully, that was working beautifully, thanks Naomi. This is in Ward 3. So what's happening is it boils down to two issues that used to affect the Old Creamery Alley. Garbage cans, if code enforcement and the people that in that department will enforce two issues. One of is the cans have to have lids closed, and a lot of these owners are cheap and will not buy enough cans. So the lids are open constantly. Downwind of our property, you have to pick it up constantly. The second thing is they allow too many cars parked on the site, so they push the cans out into the alley, which is a pub right-of-way. If they will just focus on those two issues, it will go away. And as you all know, the Midtown is more dense than it used to be. And these all things make a huge difference because no one sweeps the leaves, no one cleans gutters because there's many parked cars. And if we can get the trash issue, it'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
So yesterday when I went up, I wanted to shout out front desk, that's wonderful on this, and the second floor, they're wonderful. But I didn't have an answer to why, when I filed this in August, there's been no answer. So when the very nice gentleman at the front desk, he went back to the mysterious decision maker, and the answer that came back was just keep making more complaints, and we will eventually get around to it. I don't think that's a very good way to handle one's time and one's resources, and I wanted to let all of you know.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that, and we will have,
It's simple.
we're going to have Ashley Kearney address that. She is head of code.
Okay.
And she will have an answer for you.
Okay.
And if it's something we need to bring back council on how many trash cans or lids or whatever,
Yes.
we want to hear about it. But attorney is right there, and she's going to give you an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Rossi, followed by Craig Bronson, followed by the Nevada Peer Support Network.
Mr. Rossi.
You can
Hello,
call me
good
Mac, pretty
morning.
important
I
here.
know, Mac, but
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mac Rossi, and I'm honored to be of the City Arts Commission for several years. We are so lucky to have a river running right through our city. It really is an honor compared to their cities. If you go up a little bit upstream, you'll have somebody enjoying fishing. You start to come down the river, you see folks that are residents that's right on the banks of the river that have the honor of stepping out on the patio and enjoying the view. Come a little further down, see people walking and jogging on our river and enjoying the sights. You go a little further down and you have an event center where you can have music right on the river and enjoy that. Next to that, you'll see children splashing in the water in the cool water in summer days and enjoying that part of the river. You're down there in a 3-day event. We have kayak competing and enjoying that for a 3-day adventure. Also see restaurants on the river that are enjoying vegetable drinks and dinner and watching the river. If you have the honor for a 1-day event to go ahead and see about 1,000 little plastic yellow ducks being down for profits of a nonprofit organization, which is really neat. You have an item D6 on the agenda today, requesting installing lights on river pathway for further safety and enjoyment of all the residents. I am asking you to approve that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mac. Great job.
Craig Bronson, followed by Nevada Peer Support Network, followed by Ian Anton.
Good morning, honorable mayor, members of city council and staff. My name is Craig Bronson. In addition to being a citizen, it's always great to follow Mac. I'm also on the Recreation Commission, and so I can make this brief. Ditto everything that Mac said. He's usually right on spot. The one thing I want to add to that is I'm a park recreation professional over 50 years working in the industry, and I appreciate the fact that I get to serve on your commission. Whether it's a park, whether it's a path, whether it's a facility, one of the most important things to activate them and get our community involved is their belief of safety. And safety is their reality, and many times not based in fact. One of the things on D6 I want to add your support is adding light in the evenings is one of the ways to activate it because people feel safe because they can see and be seen. They're more active, especially in our summer months. And so I can give you a prime example. We got a lot of money from a developer one time to a pathway under a road. The problem was the pathway was so large, so long that from one end to the other you couldn't see through it. Even though it was the safest way for people to travel, they would cross the road rather than go in an area that they couldn't see to the other side. So anything we can do to make our facilities safer, I hope you will support D6 and that action item. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. You could not be more spot on. Were you at another city before? I can tell you have experience in this.
I was 36 years full-time in California, and I was the last 10 years as a consultant, helping Park and Recreation Agency be more effective, efficient. So.
I love that, and thank you. It means a lot when you come and you either are for an item or against an item, because it helps the council know what our community wants to see. It is very, very helpful, and points are so well taken about safety.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mac. You two get involved together, I can tell. Okay.
Nevada Peer Support Network, followed by Ian Anderson, followed by...
Morning. We're excited that you're here.
We're excited. So we always are. Anyway, we are 5 of the 30 retirees, retired first responders who operate the Nevada Peer Support Network, along with 2 of our therapists who work in our resiliency center who take care of first responders with PSD and other mental health issues. First of all, congratulations for your election and re-election, and thank you all of you who actually offered to help us with some discretionary funds once the election was over. So I just want to throw that out there. That was Mayor Sheevy's idea. Just make sure you remind them of that. So anyway, the Nevada Support Network Incident Support Service responds when requested to fires and special events and some enforcement incidents that are long-term. Over the last year, we've responded to about 30 incidents, including the Gold Ranch Fire, the Davis Fire for 4 days, and recently the California Ranch Fire to serve food, beverages, and things like that, provide heated shelter for our brother and sister firefighters. So we asked the city through Mayor Sheevy to help us develop some mental health program, particularly for substance abuse, and we suggested that we possibly get some funding through the opiate settlement. And we currently, along with the therapists that are working with us, coming up with some great plans to reach out to various first responder agencies to come up with some ideas to actually fulfill the requirements if we're able to get the money. And we're very excited. We right now have AA first responders 2 days a week. That is very popular, and unfortunately, it's also necessary. We want to reach out to a bunch of different agencies to be able to enhance our ability to take care of our brother and sister responders at our resiliency center, and we're picking up quite a few ideas as we speak. Finally, I will be sending some requests to you. On a note, it's exhausting trying to constantly ask for funding, and it would be great for us to be able to have a budget item, since we take care of fire, EMS, law enforcement, our dispatchers, and some of our veterans through our center and the services we provide. And our budget is basically $45,000 for our resiliency center and our incident support. We have 2 vehicles, and Meadows Fire is giving us another vehicle to respond to calls. And we felt that 3 government organizations, the county, Sparks, and Reno, if we were to get $50,000 in the budget, cover all of our expenses, and then any donations expand our services. So I sent a letter to Mayor Sheevy, and if we can get that done, and maybe in the next budget. Anyway, thank you. Any questions you might have of us, we're here to answer, and we're available at any time, 24/7 when we get pushed out.
Yeah, thank you for what you do, and none of you get paid.
No.
And the reason why I think this is so important is that our first responders out there fighting fire, crime, whatever that looks like on our behalf. But then I think a lot of people forget, when that incident is over, oftentimes their mental health could be in grave danger. And then you start to see things like addiction, PSD, those types of situations. So I'm grateful for your program, because that's helping bat a lot of the issues we see with first responders. Many of them have very high rate of suicide too. And we get that they see unbelievable trauma every single day. So we are very grateful for what you do day in, day out. I'm excited for the opioid settlement money. I want to say thank you to J.W. Hodge. That's under his department. So very grateful that we could help you with this, because I think that this is start to sort of a longer impact of a program that's going to be very beneficial. So thank you. Thank you for recognizing mental health and addiction. It's so important.
Yes, we try our best. We try every day to make our organization stronger. And from direct services, simply bringing a hole in a toilet to a fire scene where the people are going to be there for hours and hours, to mental health and getting people back on their feet and back to the work and keeping their families happy once again is kind of it's a broad reach and spectrum that we have. We try our best, and we need your help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Doug.
Madam.
Pete Anderson, followed by Britton Griffith.
Good morning. Thank you for the time today. My name is Ian Anderson, and I'm on the Parks and Recs Commission with Craig and with Mac. I'm here to support also speak in support of item D6, which is heading on the Truckee River Path. I spent a lot of time on the Truckee River. I do street outreach with the Karmabah Project, and I'm in the city parks and on the river quite a bit in that capacity. This lighting is going to make that path a safer place and welcoming to both visitors and residents of the community. And it's very consistent with the reinvestment that you all have done in the Truckee River by extending the park boundaries, the investment in the River Ranger program, and also the investment in the outreach teams with RIDE Karmabah Project. As you know, I'll say this, that he's one of the great resources we have in this community, and the ability to get more accessible for visitors and for residents. I think it is an essential part of the quality of life, So thank you very much. I hope that you support this item D6 today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to see all of you from the Parks Commission. It really is. Thank you for service.
Britton Griffith.
Good morning, Britton.
Good morning. Am I working? I'm loud enough anyways. Good morning. For the record, my name is Britton Griffith. I am here today on behalf of the Riverwalk District. I just want to thank you. We were the consent agenda item earlier. That's going to allow us to have more events and more folks in our permitting process. And I just want to say a huge thank you to your staff. There are a lot of kitchens or people that get in the kitchens for you all. So we're just really appreciative that you guys coming and you help us at all of our events. And the main thing that we just wanted to say thank you to for as well was the consent item today. But we were able to bring Halloween Hollow today to the events team that helped with sponsorships to get park open. For those of you that aren't familiar, it brings young kids down, and we got a doggy contest this time. There's money for a Options Vet Clinic. So it's things like that allow us to grow and bring community members to share downtown and to remind them that they're downtown, just as much as sometimes the perception is that it belongs to other folks. So it's for all of us in the city, and we want to remind people that it's for their families as well. So with that, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season. We will not be hosting any events. We'll just be coming down to the tree light. We're just so excited to have you guys all within our district, and congratulations to each of you on races. And I'm sure you got to sleep a lot better last weekend than the last couple of weeks. So on behalf of the Riverwalk District, thank you so much, and we will see you in 2025.
Britton, nice job, and thank you for the recognition of that. And I want to remind people, there are a lot of children that live in downtown.
Huge amount of kids, and they love it, like to come down and like to see the river.
It's
Plus
important.
D6, I'm in support of D6. Thank you. We will take them lighting along the river anytime. But yeah, a lot of children that are residents downtown, and also their grandparents that live here, aunts and uncles. They do like to come and enjoy the different decorations and things like that, particularly for Christmas.
Thank you.
So appreciate that you allow us to do that, especially also to Downtown Reno Park, because they helped us with ambassadors so that people felt more safe, and then we did it anytime as well. So it was really nice to activate that and see it activated little guys running on in full T-Rex dance party. So thank you for that. And
I'm doing that one year
everything
with you, and I think you were a princess.
I was. One time I went as a Lynn, and it did not go as a little guy. So
not do that.
And they had a cry.
There was some kid. He was a serial killer. He had cereal all over his.
It's cute. We get 1,000 kids and a lot of dogs. So it's reminding us that there is a lot of fun that's still happening downtown, even though that we work really hard. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Matter. With that, we have no additional public comment. For the record, we did receive comments general in nature not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, November 19th. And those have been distributed to the Reno City Council. There were 4 letters of concern. With that, we have no additional public comment and are moving to item A4, approval of agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. We did have one more speaker. Mark.
Send the best for last. Is that?
I'm sorry about that.
Something like that. For the record, my name is Mark Cameron. I'm the executive director of the Tahoe Print Trail. Sparks resident, 20 years. Donald.
Yay.
First, I kind of say, I never know when I'm here when I come to these meetings. And I want to thank you for bringing the UNR Honors College here. My daughter was in the Honors College. I never knew what it was about until just now.
You were just paying for it.
Yes.
You just didn't know what it was
well,
about.
and it does work because she actually in her last year finishing up her on a scholarship, finishing up her chemistry PhD at Vanderbilt. So
oh my goodness.
the Honors College works.
I love that.
Yeah, so I'm here to speak in support of D6 on behalf of myself and the Board of Directors from the Tahoe Pyramid Trail. We are really excited to have this light project going into play, being potentially voted on and approved today. One of the concerns that the Tahoe Pyramid Trail receives each year from our users that are active on the site, they tend to get in and safety concerns with the part of the trail that runs through the downtown area. So I think it's going to go a long way to help support that and show them that their concerns are being met. I'm really excited about it. I've been a regular user of the trail myself since I moved 2005. I use it as a commuting trail. I'm still using it to go to and from meetings and things. I estimate I've ridden about 8,000 miles on that section of the trail over the 20 years. Yeah. So I just wanted to offer our support for that. I think lighting will be a great step in improving the safety. And one thing I want to make sure that the council and the Parks Department thinks about in the future, as you're approving these things through the Tri River Vision Plan in the future, which I hope there are more things to come with that. It's one thing to get the work done, then it has to be maintained, which takes some hours and it takes additional funding. So as we add these improvements, just know that will increase the need for maintenance into the future. So I just ask you to consider that as well.
I love that. And if you could do me a favor, I'd for you to come to RTC, give some public comment about how you use it as a commuter.
Sure.
We need to invest a lot more, and the board currently is really pushing for that. And I just think it'd be very worthwhile for us to work together with RTC. But that's what the commissioners want to see.
Yeah, most recently I did speak to RTC about a visibility plan doing with the NDOT now that's going to be between Fernley and East Sparks for the same reason, to make it a commuter
I love that.
trail. Yeah.
But let us know how we can help up with this.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot of work we can do with. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, we have no additional public comment. Moving to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion for approval?
Moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go right back at you.
I think City Manager Bryant has announcements before we make approval.
Sorry. Hey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there are no changes or additions to the agenda, but we have some things out of order. Following consent, we'll go right to item D5, PD Flock C item. After that, we'll have an attorney-client meeting during that time. Then we will hear item D7, which is our guest presentation from Gia Ratty, Washoe County. Following that, items D12, related to Market Street and the Jacobs Globe Plaza. Then the DA, item D3. Then we're going to move, let's see, C1 and C2 on the RDA items. And after that, we'll be back to our agenda with items D4, D1, 2, and 4. And then we'll wrap with item D6. It's a little out of order today.
Okay, then I just asked my clerk. I tend to looking at my agenda, so you might just have to stop me.
No problem.
And get on track. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Okay. That said, I have a motion. I have a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
The other thing is, on our record here, that it was moved by Devin, seconded by me, but I thought it was a reverse.
You
Motion, but
yeah.
he just fixed it.
Madam
So-
Clerk, she updated it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right, back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can now take a motion on our consent agenda items as nothing was pulled.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
D5.
We're going to head to item D5. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on item D5?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment on item D5. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Right, we have a presentation from Chance.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you.
Sorry, my allergies are terrible, so I'm going to cough. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm going to avoid it. We'll see what we do. So, Nance, for the record, let's start off with the safety presentation. Just some information. This agenda item is. Let me see if I can move forward. There we go. Strategic plan element is with public safety. And I want to be clear, this is in addition to the public safety efforts that we're already putting forward in the rest of the city of Reno, but particularly in the downtown area. And it's really going to help us continue to do enforcement strategies and really direct our officers to a space where they need to be. And this is one of the ideas of intelligence-led policing shows us where we need to go. So just some fun facts for right now. Our walking team and our bike team in the last 60 days have made 165 arrests in the downtown area. 53 of those were felony arrests and numerous citations, 204 citations also. Council meeting a month or two ago, we talked about the whip. It was kind of new to us. It wasn't actively reported. Since that time, they were able to 13 whip arrests. So really make a dent on that. We've not had a complaint about it, knock on wood, for a little while. So that's really good. There's a downtown walking that you're seeing, and all our bike are making these really strong progress in the area. And this is just another way that we're going to help enhance their ability to respond to calls and to be more effective. So we're talking about Flock Safety Gunshot Detection System, 90% detection accuracy. It can get us where that gunshot happened within 90 feet. So it really narrows down exactly where the officer should respond, either look for shell casings if it's already happened or not going, the people aren't there anymore, or respond rapidly where a gun violence act might have happened. This is just a discharge of a firearm or shooting, anyone else could be. From the time the shots are fired until the alert, it is less than 60 seconds. And we find in a lot of communities that have a lot of noise, that are in business areas, when a gunshot is heard, a lot of people call and report it. It's a little different than some other neighborhoods. So we're looking at 30% more gunshots that we're here in the downtown. We don't know what we're missing, but it really does give us an opportunity to respond to those very quickly and know where the problem's happening. And again, it's really important to understand that the evidence value of discharged firearms with casings allows us to do other follow-up and link cases that might not even know are out there if we don't have this type of infrastructure that we need. The gunshot detection system is going to cover 1 square mile of downtown. We'll work with the vendor and our data informant to say where exactly this is going to go and make sure we have the right space. It accurately distinguishes between gunshots, fireworks, street takers, and other sounds. So if we do have an intersection that's having like a show type thing or a street taker, this is a system that will also alert us that that type of activity is happening, so we can respond quicker than somebody calling 911 or maybe the phone tree, or as we've heard from some people, they're not sure who to call and maybe report it to Reno Direct, and we don't get that information for a couple days. This also works a 5-second audio clip, and it immediately alerts dispatch select units. So those down walk teams and our teams, they can have this alerted right directly to their phone. They'll get a notification, and they'll be able to respond even maybe before that call is dispatched out over radio. So we can determine who needs to have that information. This package also comes Flock Safety Surveillance System. This is a full deployment system. They do the installation, maintenance, power, and internet. It's infrastructure free. They handle everything. 24/7 data coverage. So we get all of the cameras and everything else. We get information rolling in real time. And they can real-time alert. So if we have a car that's wanted, a missing person, we put those alerts to the system. We will get those alert backs almost immediately. Before we need somebody to call in and say, hey, I saw a car here or there. This alert system will come directly to us. This surveillance system gathers objects, evidence, and facts. So we look at what we're getting from it. We're able to pull back. We alert police of wanted vehicles, like I said, and we're going to do 40 cameras. 31 downtown, and will be along major thoroughfares coming into city so that we're able to capture people that are moving about and where they're at. All these things go right back in that real-time information center. We're really moving forward in our technology to help as a force multiplier, make sure that officers have every piece of technology that they need to help them deploy a smarter way than we have before. Before we go, maybe the neighborhood's a problem, so we'll go over there. This type of information allows us to say, this is the problem happening. This particular intersection, this particular street, this neighborhood, whatever it is, really leads us into how we respond and deploy our resource into different areas. We partner with Sparks PD, a real-time information center. We're rolling that up. It's a great program. This is another piece of it. We're working data sharing with neighboring agencies. We all have similar systems that speak to each other, so we all have access to each other's cameras. We all have access to the information obtained there, and we're able to move forward that very fast. We are able to develop suspect leads with built-in software. If we are looking for a specific vehicle, we can put that information in, and it will track on the cameras where that vehicle has been, so we have a better chance of finding a license plate or identifying where maybe the vehicle lives or stays. And then just keep in mind that with this system that Flock Safety handles all the installation maintenance. Once the system's purchased, it becomes their responsibility to make sure those cameras are up and maintained. We do find cameras are hard. They go down for weather or different reasons, or they need to be updated. With this, we're going to get the most accurate and updated information. It's another space that we need to be in to make sure that where we are is we are accurately deploying our officer throughout our community that we need. This system also allows us, there are things it does that a bit nuanced, different, that are really fun. We can use data trailer. If we're having a problem in a specific area, we can put that there. If we determine the downtown is a good place for it, we don't know. We're pretty sure that we're accurate in where it should go now, but we can always move it to another neighborhood that has a different problem. So it really is city-wide, depending on where it is, but we really feel that piloting this in the downtown, understanding what our problems are and having a better grasp of it will help. I really wish we would have had this knowledge a month ago when we were working on a couple of problem bars that were having a lot of issues, street takeover, shooting. This would have been a much faster alert system for us, and it probably helped in determining that it was a particular problem before we got to the place where people fed up and called the police. It allows us to identify these problems a little sooner. And with that, I can answer any questions. This is the recommended motion to approve the funds.
Really appreciate the update. I'm excited actually for this technology. I was misled. I thought that we had a long time ago. I want to be able to give you every possible tool that you and the department need. We want to support you in every way. We are not law enforcement agents. We have a police chief. We leave it your purview to enforce the law. And we appreciate what you do day in and out. I know it's a really difficult job, but we want to support you, in particular downtown, after anything we possibly can do. I really appreciate the statistics on the arrest. I think those are very helpful. So I'd like to make sure that we include those in the downtown update so that we know that we're making an impact. Because we also have to send a strong message, we'll not tolerate it. So I appreciate it. I think this is going to make a huge difference. Do you believe that?
Absolutely. This is an amazing technology. This technology has been around for a long time. Operated with Stockton. We had it in a particular neighborhood. We had a lot of shootings and gunshots, and it was very effective, especially in linking gun crimes and find those shell casings that we were able to determine what problems were happening, we were missing, because people sometimes they just don't call, or they're not even sure they heard gunshots, or they're sleeping. They wake up and I think those were gunshots. They never call and report. We are able to respond and get that data and information. And I appreciate the comment about how hard these officers are working. We're seeing numbers of arrests and contacts in the downtown area we've never seen before. So when we look back historically, a lot more being done there, and a lot more of the actual arrests of felonies, of arrests of people warrants, and then the citations for things that people cannot go to jail for. So while there might be a public perception, those things aren't happening. They are. I do look forward to presenting more information back to you about how these officers are working in that area and the actual arrests that they're making in there, and the violent crimes that they're preventing by firearms that they're taking to the street. And I think I come in maybe the next council meeting to a little more. So that was just my little snippet of info. You're a little more on what they're doing then also.
Okay, that's fantastic. And you also stated every month I have a press conference for public safety. And at that briefing, you also stated that homicides are actually down. And I think sometimes, there's a saying in the press, if it bleeds, it's a really horrible thing to say, but that's sort of it just gets a lot of attention. And so I also want to highlight the work you do so that people do recognize, the day in, day out that we might not talk about. Absolutely. And the ways that you actually also avert tragedies that we even meant.
Yeah, shooting-related incidents are down right now, and so it's important that injuries and shooting-related incidents are actually down. It's a dangerous time. We've had a lot of homicides that are domestic-related or roommates or things that are to prevent, but gun-related, gang-related of homicides have declined, and overall our shooting incidents have declined from year over year, which is very important to note.
All right, thank you. I'm going to head down to Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. One question for you. What is the city's obligation financially moving forward with this?
So right now, it's the ARPA funds, $450,000 should put us in a 3-year contract, and then after that, we'll be able to renew that contract or determine what it is.
Would it be $450,000 every 3 years, or is part of the maintenance?
Part of it's a maintenance of that.
Okay, thank you.
So that total determined later on, get through that contract.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for all the work and making sure we're making informed decisions and using evidence and facts. I appreciate you sharing that we have ability to kind of move depending on what's happening and using evidence to try to be preventive or being effective in the search process and getting as much evidence as you can. So thanks for highlighting these two things because those are the questions that I have. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Anderson? No? All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Nance, thank you for the presentation. A couple of things. One is I believed in my heart of hearts that we already had ShotSpotter at the city of Reno. And so I was a little surprised we're only now getting this one. I know our sister in the city of Spark, thanks to Kevin Abbott and our friends across the way, have ShotSpotter now for several years. I think the university also has it. And I know it's a different variation of the thing. I'm doing that as a generic term for the type of surveillance technology. Can you sort of speak to that? Why do I believe, or why did I wrongfully believe they already had this technology?
So I can maybe speak to it. I wasn't here, I think, when that decision was made to have it, and I don't know the exact reasons. But I think when we moved into the bigger program with Axon and Fuse, there was a talk about putting this in there, and then it not make it. Now, what reasons, I'm not sure exactly. I believe that kind of when it came out. The other thing there we might have heard is with their Sparks is ShotSpotter technology. Use a different system. They both can talk to each other. They're just they're different vendors, and as we're working in this real-time information center, we're trying out a lot of different vendors to see the opportunity while we're working with them to determine which ones are better and which ones are most cost-effective and what we like work with and melds better. So later on, as we forward, when these things I'm expired, we can just say, we would prefer this one or this one, so we can go into that plan jointly. But it's really not a hindrance at all that they're different. But their shot spotter system is located. It's actually located in a place where it does pick up some Reno gun incidents. So we do have some cases that are within the city limits, that are picked out on the shot spotter from Sparks. So like regional gang units working together or our detectives, we do bond out there, and we had some successes birds that were picked up in Reno, but we do not actually have the technology. It's a great technology. It's very useful. The biggest limitation to this is cost based on your square mileage. So it's 1 square mile for the amount getting. We have to understand that's 1 square mile. So as you wanted to do the whole city, that would probably, 1, be not very effective, and 2, it would have a very cost associated. That is the only real drawback. And I don't know what I did.
No problem, I don't need it. But Madam Mayor had asked about a statistic, and perhaps jumping the literally about your presentation next month. But I get the sense that because of late unfortunately, we had a shooting at one of the town bars. We had a shooting in Northwest Reno. We had a stabbing in our City Hall Plaza. Loss of life is, of course, always tragic. And so I am most interested in knowing from your intelligence-based leasing model where we are maybe year-over-year comparison. So when you're back, that is something that I'd be asking about, because I think Madam Mayor has been consistent over time, and I think this body has been consistent over time that a city is a thriving city, is a prosperous city. We need our public to understand that we will commit whatever resources, whatever technology, whatever buildings necessary to ensure their safety. And that means that we have consistently academies, we've filled the vacancies as quickly as the requirements have happened, are trying to grow police department. And so I'm interested in those numbers when you come back.
Absolutely. We have 18 graduates from the academy just the next few
we'll be there.
weeks.
Yeah.
Super exciting, and get them into training and through that process. And, it has been, we've been able to fill academies, and our recruiting has been great. So it's a process. It's going to take us a while to catch up from where hindrances were in that space where we were at much lower vacancies than when I started. So our hiring has done great things, and we're really getting to the point where we're building academy based, just that attrition not lagging behind more. So we can include all into the presentation. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering, what is the difference between this unit, one of the 30 units downtown, and like regular camera besides the audio capacity? I guess I'm wondering about, is the camera bigger, better, higher resolution?
Yes. So the 2 different systems. One is the gunshot detection system, which is, I guess, for audio system, and the other one is the camera system. They match the data together, but they're different things. So one, we have the gun detection, and then we have cameras. The cameras are very high resolution. They are able to determine license plates, types of cars. The other thing that you do with those cameras is you can put things there like white truck with a red bumper sticker, and it can use the intelligence, they can find that in, if it's through that camera system, and then locate it.
So my question is also, are they movable, or once installed, they have to live in that spot, or?
They're all movable.
Okay, so my question is, taking all this to the next level, when you said, wish we had it before, I wish we had it before too in a couple places. One was the Wrangler Gate was constantly being burglarized.
So this would not probably be the cameras you would want there. This would be different type of camera, most likely.
Because?
Well, you would put this camera
We don't have that problem. I'm going to a different problem.
But if we, like on that gate, would maybe put it, this would be something that would catch license plate, but it's not a surveillance camera in the same. So we would maybe use different type of camera there.
Okay.
But yes, those types of things.
Well, I don't know, their development above, Damani Ranch School, it's near the D. It's called Palisades. And I'm going to be sending you an email, but I've been getting a lot of complaints down there about a lot of vandalism that's continuing to neighbors' cars, doors, homes, property by, it seemed like a group of, we'll just say youth. I don't know if actually in high school, college, or something else, but younger people. The residents have been getting into their own hands, seems like. But what I was wondering is, would a camera like this or a different one be helpful in identifying the cars, the people that are participating, that kind of thing?
So these cameras specific are going to be more geared towards using them with the gunshot detection, is that force multiplier. So we have both of them. So that's what we're utilizing this most for. Sometimes cameras can be very helpful. We encourage people that live in the neighborhoods and businesses in neighborhoods, the camera systems that have to join in the FUSE program. Okay. We have access to their data.
That's great.
So if they were to join in FUSE, they can give us access to extra cameras or certain cameras. And when we get reports of incidents or calls come in, we can real time see where what's going on in that neighborhood, or we go back and pull data later for crimes that might have been. So we do encourage that.
Well, the last part of this was on the appropriation. Was this an initial appropriation, or were we reappropriating some other ARPA money?
We are reappropriating other ARPA
Do
money.
you know what that's for?
I think it is in the staff report.
Maybe our city manager knows.
Thank you. Yes, this is a reappropriation of funding that was basically allocated for the Pembroke flat field.
Oh, okay. And whenever we do those, it would be helpful for us to include in the presentation, so we just follow the bang ball, especially here at the end of the year. That would be helpful. All right, thank you. Looking forward to your next presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm preparing a motion.
Please.
Move to approve.
I have a motion?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job. Okay. City Manager Bryant has alerted me we need to get into lunch for attorney-client.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, so let's let the public know, Madam Clerk, when we will be back. 12:30.
Perfect, 12:30.
Well, and I think they added something to the lunch addition to that. Does that include that time?
Do you want to?
The tour upstairs.
Yeah.
12:30, how about 1 o'clock?
We'll reconvene at o'clock.
Because there's also a thing on here that is time certain. I believe there's a presentation, so let's back at 1.
Thank you.
What is, thank you. Do you know what that's?
Julia Ratty.
Oh, it's time. Oh, okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Back.
Just for the record, Mayor, we're reconvening at 1:08, and Councilmember Ebert is absent.
Okay. I was trying to wait for her, but I don't think she's come back. I think she's at her cooking class. Okay, thank you.
And we're on item, I'm sorry. 5, oh, I'm sorry, D7, mental health presentation.
Hey, I am super excited. We have two very special guests with us this afternoon. The one and only Julia Ratty. She is no stranger, obviously, government process building. She was also a senator.
Briefly.
And councilwoman, but now she is a major champion for mental health over the county. What I call the director of awesomeness, but what's your title there?
Behavioral health administrator.
Okay, well, anyway, it's amazing. We also have Steve Shell, who I'm super excited to have here because we've worked very closely in some capacity on mental health. And so, Julia, the floor is yours. Hold on, let me ask one question. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any comment on this item.
Okay, right. Well, go ahead, Julia, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. My name is, again, for the record, Julia Ratty. I am the Behavioral Health Administrator for Washoe County. It's good to see you all, and thank you for the invitation. I just want to start with a little bit of background. In October of last year, the Washoe County Commission identified behavioral health as one of the strategic priorities for the commission. And as part of that, created a new position in the Office of County Manager, is this Behavioral Health Administrator position. I want to be very clear here that I am not a clinician. And so if you have clinical questions, I am not your gal. This role was more, please hold those for someone else. This role was intended to work at a policy and systems level, and emphasis on behavioral health initiatives that have regional significance, which is what brings me here to you today. Almost everything that I'm working on cannot be accomplished by the county alone. It requires the partnership of all the local jurisdictions, the state, our private partners, the healthcare system. And so what I'm here to do today is tell you about 4 significant regional behavioral health initiatives that have been identified for the first year or 2 of work. And then as part of that, I'm going to invite Steve Schell up to share the good news about one aspect of that work that we've been working on for quite some time. So I'm going to stay at a very high level and move very quickly. There's a lot of detail behind all 4 of these initiatives. We'd be happy to answer questions
Well,
at the end.
I have one question to begin. Just want to make sure you have left district some time ago, right?
Correct.
Take on this role.
Correct.
Like a year ago, you just said.
I officially started in the position on April 1st. However, with Kevin Dick's departure, there was an extended transition. So I say I got my
6
hands on
months?
this July 1.
July 1. Right. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so then I will go and jump right in. So the first piece that I'd like to talk to you about is the crisis response system. This is something that we've been working on as a region for quite some time now. The crisis response system in our current world, right, if somebody is having a behavioral health crisis, they're going to call 911. When they get 911 operator, the 911 operator is going to say something along the lines of, is this police, health, or fire? And we're going to roll the appropriate response, which will generally not be a behavioral response. If things go badly, that person is either going to end up in an emergency room, or if the behaviors warrant it, they may end up in jail. This is not a good behavioral health response, and so the behavioral health crisis response system is what's been going across the nation to build an alternative behavioral health response for somebody who is experiencing a behavioral health crisis. So we talk about that. In our region, we've been working in coalition since about 2021. We have 2 coalitions that are working together on this. One is called the Partner AC Team. They meet monthly. It's mostly the providers who are now or will be in the future providing behavioral health crisis services. And then the second one is a children crisis collaboration that is specifically working on the needs of children and families who are experiencing a behavioral health crisis because in some instances they need a very different response than adults would. 2 coalitions, one has been meeting since 2021, the other one's been meeting since 2022. They both meet monthly. And anything that I taught today, I'm talking about our work, not my work. So let's talk about the aspects of crisis response system. The first aspect is someone to call, someone to talk to, right? And July of 2022, nationally, we had the 988 phone number go live. In our community, Crisis Support Services of Nevada, a small but mighty nonprofit, has been running the Lifeline for decades, really, and they now take the 988 calls and they can do call, text, and chat for somebody who's in a behavioral health crisis. So that's the first step, diverting folks out of the EMS system, is if we can start to work with folks to call 988 instead of calling 911, what they need is support on a behavioral health crisis.
In the 2021 legislative session, and then some cleanup that we needed to do in 2023, there was a fee put on everybody's phone lines. It's 35 cents a month. And that allows us to collect about $15 million a year. That $15 million a year is primarily designated to upgrade the crisis hub. Mayor Sheevian had the opportunity with several others to visit Phoenix, Arizona, Maricopa County to see their work. And this is really now adding the high-tech part of a high-tech call center hub. When it's fully built out, we'll have functionality like better data collection so that we can know the outcomes of what happens for people who are experiencing a crisis, dispatching capabilities that they can dispatch mobile crisis teams, and a bed registry so they know when, where and when it is open. So great news that that money has been now collected for a year, and the state of Nevada, because this is a statewide system, put out a request for proposal for administrative services organization to have the technological capacity, administrative capacity to take our 98 system, kick it up to the next level. So that, can't tell you much more detail about that because we're still in the dark period where it's negotiations between the state and the vendor. My understanding is it will be approved at the next board examiners meeting. After that, that will be on the ground. And it's a national organization who has done this work in other states. A big deal in 988 is that when 988 first became live, there was no geo-routing capabilities. So when someone would call 988, the call would be allocated to local call center based on the first 3 digits of your phone number. So in a state like Nevada, which is a high transiency people in come going, you might live here, but your phone number might still be area code from Michigan. And your call is going to be routed to Michigan, which makes it very difficult then to do system of care after the crisis. So the really good news is September of this year, the federal, SAMHSA was able to get the FCC work going. The FCC voted on the final rules in October 19th, and that will change. We'll not have geolocation, so like 988 if things, 911 if things go badly, we can know where somebody's and still get to them. In 98, we will not have that capability. It's a protection for people's privacy. But we'll have geo-routing so that phone number goes to the right call center. So that is big, helpful news for us because we can't control the local level, but it really will improve our system of care because those calls will come into Crisis Support Services of Nevada now. So that's where we are on the hub. Now moving to mobile crisis. Mobile crisis is probably the most challenging piece to stand up. It will likely also be the most impactful in terms of, again, not needing to roll ambulance or law enforcement, but having a behavioral health response. So what we're again shooting for is mobile crisis teams. Healthcare, the world that we're talking about, and so in healthcare we care a lot about what happens with the Medicaid system, which is a payer system we have for our lowest income individuals. And there has been a state plan amendment passed for the Medicaid state plan that does create a rate for designated mobile crisis teams. So that is the first step getting towards a viable, sustainable business model where mobile crisis we can realize mobile crisis at some point in the community. In really good news for Washoe County, the state has run a mobile crisis response team program for years. It's been going on over 10, 11 years. But the resources were limited and had some challenges with vacancy rates. The vacancy rate most recently about 49% in this program, which then impacts the ability to provide services. So the state, or the county was able to work collectively with the state. The state gave us their budget for this program, and we are now running the Children's Mobile Crisis Response at Washoe County Human Services Agency. That happened as of July 1, and in the first several months, we've already doubled the amount of calls we are able to run. So that just same amount of money, just doing a little bit of system realignment to be able to make that more effective program. We also have in our community certified community behavioral health centers. They are our safety net providers for behavioral health services. In our community, that is Quest and Vitality are the 2 nonprofit organizations that do this. They also have some crisis response that they do some mobile assist for clients. They also, Quest has crisis living rooms where folks can walk in and have a place to stabilize. Bottom line, there's still a lot more work to be done where we need to get as a community more of a public health response where you know anytime you call and you need somebody to come to you that somebody come. I missed a big important one for Reno. We also have most teams, of course. You all have decided to move forward with most teams that work with your Reno Police Department. And this is a co-responder. So this is a law enforcement officer responding with a behavioral health professional. Amazing program, still really important. Going to be important when not only are a behavioral health crisis, but there's also a public safety concern. So the place where we would get is, if you have a behavioral health crisis, you don't have a public safety concern, let's just roll a behavioral health response. If you have a behavioral crisis and there's also a public safety concern, then we would roll a most team. We're a long ways from that right now, and so most teams are doing a lot of work in terms of behavioral health crisis response in our community. That's where we are in crisis. It's at least a 2-year bout to get to a place where we are getting closer to that public model. More conversations to come. All right, so the next piece, I have a slide about this. I'm going to turn it over to the man of the hour, Steve Schell, who is the Vice President of Behavioral Health, Renown, who's going to talk about the opening of the third element of a crisis response system. We've talked about someone to call, someone to come to you. This is a safe place to be, someplace to go. So Steve, want to share our news?
Come on up.
Thank you, Julia. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice, and all council members. It's an honor to here today to talk about one of my favorite subjects. I'm a resident of Reno 15 years now. I've done a variety of things in the behavioral health space around the state, and I have to say this is my most favorite project today. So I'm just excited that we're finally here at the finish line, and we'll be able to open very soon, as I can share in just a moment. The Renown Crisis Care Center, see there, we've already signage on the building. For those of you that know the hospital campus, State Psychiatric Hospital campus over off of Galletti Way, that's where this will be located. It's a huge campus for those of you that may know. So we knew signage was going to be critical. So you'll see in the next slide, we want to make sure people know where to find us on the campus because it is a very large campus. So you'll see we've been very thoughtful about signage throughout the property. I have to give a huge shout out to Mayor Sheevy because it was about 6 years ago. I joined her in a meeting with Richard Whitley, who is the State Director of Health and Human Services. And during that meeting, she was challenging him to think more about what he could possibly do here in Northern Nevada for behavioral health. And it was during that meeting he said he had space, the state hospital. And he said, if you can figure out what to put in that space, you can have it. And so we immediately started, began to think about what could we put in that space. Several of us in the community, including Mayor Shea, had already been talking about Crisis Stabilization Center. So this would be a natural fit. And I think you'll agree in just a moment. So just to give you an idea of some of the operational overview, this is truly a safe place to go. This is for adults only, ages 18 and up. We are looking at separate space for youth community. But this is a place where if someone's in a mental health crisis or a substance use crisis, they can come to us any time of the day or night. And I'll tell you more about what that process looks like in just a moment. This is a public-private partnership between Renown and the state of Nevada. And I call it a partnership because the state did give us the space for $0. We're very thankful for that. This will be operated under license of Renown Regional Medical Center. So it truly is a partnership, not just between Renown and the state, but between all of you and the rest of the community. As I said, it's located in a repurposed section of NAMS, otherwise known as Nevada Adult Health Services. There was space sitting there, I think, for the last 8 to 10 years that was not utilized. And so we're truly repurposing an existing building, which I love to see. This will be licensed as a crisis stabilization center. This is a new license designation for the state of Nevada. So for the last years, we've been working with the state on those details to get that license up. And as a side note, we've also worked with Medicaid to create a reimbursement rate specific to this type of service because we know sustainability is going to be key here. As I just said, this will be 24/7 for walk-ins and law enforcement drop-offs. So anyone can truly walk into this center 24/7. Anyone can bring their family member to this facility. It will also be a drop location for law enforcement. So if law enforcement identifies an adult out in the community that may be in a mental health crisis or be experiencing substance use, they can certainly bring them to this location instead of taking them to the jail and instead of taking them to an emergency room. We know the ER is not the appropriate setting for someone in a crisis, neither is jail. These individuals truly need to be in a different setting, and I'll tell you more about that type of setting in just a moment. We designed this model to follow SAMHSA's national guidelines for behavioral health crisis care. For those of you that may not know, SAMHSA is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration in Washington, and they've worked very hard in the last several years to adopt these guidelines. A lot of other states around the country have implemented programs like this, so I'm excited to see this coming to fruition in our state. In terms of what someone will receive when they arrive at a location, they will get a full assessment and triage process. Our goal is to figure out what's happening with that individual at that moment, get them connected to the right resources. Not everyone understands how to navigate the resource in the community, particularly when it comes to mental health and addiction services. It can be a very big challenge for that individual, but also for their family. So my team will be helping guide that person and their family through the entire process. So they will receive a nursing assessment, a social work assessment, a medical exam, and we will truly try to figure out what's going on with the individual in that moment, and then get them to that next level of care that's appropriate. Most individuals will stay with for a few hours. We hope to be able to get everyone out within 23 hours of arrival. We have some beds available for those individuals we can't place within 23 hours. So really intended to be a very short process, but again, it's about getting someone in the right level of care at the right moment. Just to tell you a little bit more of the infrastructure, because this was designed as a psychiatric hospital originally 20 years ago, we'd have to make a lot of modifications to the space, but the state of Nevada did give us some ARPA funding to make some minor renovations, and I'll say it's a very safe and secure facility. I think we looked at every nook and cranny to make sure that it's a very safe, because we'll have individuals coming to us, they're active suicidal, they could be homicidal, and so we make sure it's a very safe environment, not just for the patients, but also for our staff who are taking care of them. There is a separate entrance from the state hospital. That's why I showed you the signage in the beginning. We wanted to make signage differentiated us from the state hospital. The Sally Port for law enforcement to make it very easy so that officers can drop someone and get back on the streets immediately. Mayor Shee and I and others timed the process in Phoenix when we toured there a few years ago, and officers were literally back on the streets within 3 minutes. So that's our goal here in Reno is what we want it to be a very smooth, quick process for law enforcement. We designed this to be a living model, and what I mean by that is it's a very comfortable, peaceful space. It's not a sterile environment like an emergency room where you have lots of distractions going on. It truly is set up like a living room with very nice, comfortable lounge chairs where people can sit while we're working behind the scenes trying to figure where they need to go. So it's a very comfortable space for the individual as well as their family. There is continuous line of sight from every piece of this space that we'll occupy. My staff will be able to see all individuals at all moments of time to make sure they're safe while we're trying to figure where they need to go. It's set up to 25 chairs, but then we also have 10 bedrooms, as mentioned, those individuals that can't get out within those 23 hours. And then there's a very nice waiting area for the families. We want to make the families feel very comfortable as well, because it can be a very scary, traumatic experience for family when you're dealing with a loved one. A lot of us know that from personal experience, that it can be traumatic. And so you have to really make sure you're taking very good care of the families as well. In terms of our staffing, I'm very proud of the staff we have hired. You can see here that we have a variety of staff that will be there 24/7. Registered nurses, licensed social workers, and so forth. I wanted to call out the certified peer recovery support specialists. Those are individuals who have lived experience with mental health or substance use. Studies have shown that individuals relate better to someone who has actually been through that type of crisis. And so the bulk of our staffing will be these peer recovery support specialists. And we hired some really solid peers that really care about helping others through their crisis. That's a big chunk of our staffing model, in addition to the other clinicians that you'll see there. So you may be wondering, once we have assessed and triaged, then what happens to these individuals? Well, I've listed a variety of options. The first one being an inpatient psychiatric detox facility. Not everyone truly needs a patient bed. These really are reserved for those individuals that just can't stabilize within 2 hours, really need to be monitored for several days. And so some individuals we assess will be transferred to the Reno Behavioral, St. Mary's, the State Hospital, in Tahoe, and so forth. But some individuals may truly just need outpatient services. We see a lot of individuals in our ER today that have never seen a primary care physician, let alone a behavioral health professional. So not only will we be looking at their behavioral health needs, but we will also be looking at their medical needs, making those connections to the right partners in the community, which could be the FQCs, which are Hopes and Community Health Alliance, the CBACs that Julia alluded to, those are Quest and Vitality, as well as a whole host of other community providers. So again, it could be inpatient, it could be outpatient level care that individual needs. There could be other things going on with that individual, such as housing issues. And so we are working very closely with the CARE campus and some of our other community partners to make sure if someone truly needs housing that we can get them connected to the resources as well. And then I wanted to call out my bullet point there at the bottom. We're going to have a full-time care coordinator on staff. That is someone who will be maintaining contact with these individuals for at least 1 year. They will be checking in with that person and or her family on a regular basis, find out how they're doing. Did they maintain their appointments? Are they taking their medications? Are they running into issues with getting their medications? Do they need to come back and see us at crisis care center and so forth? And the purpose of that is to really give us some great data on where are these individuals, first and foremost, coming from, but are the resources we are connecting them truly working? We all know there are gaps in our mental health and addiction services in the community. We're doing, I think, a great job in the community to break through that, but I think over the next year, we'll really be able to see if there are any other gaps that we may not have identified. As I said, this is not a renowned project. This is really a community project, and so you'll see a long list here of community partners that have been involved in planning of this. We are working on service agreements with each of the entities just to make sure they understand the expectations, the types of individuals we truly can receive. We know that law enforcement may still have to take individuals to the emergency room. There are glaring medical issues, but we don't want law enforcement to have to spend a lot of time trying to make that decision in the field, so we created a screening tool called FAST. It's a field assessment screening tool that we're putting in the hands of law enforcement enforcement so they can figure out, do I take this individual to the emergency room or do I take them to the crisis care center? We want to make sure it's a very smooth, easy process for our law enforcement. You'll see we're working closely with REMSA, the 988 call center, NAMI, the first campus that I mentioned, so on and so on. So it's truly taking all of these key partners to pull it off. I didn't mention at the very beginning, but we are planning to go live in very early 2025. I'm not going to say that just loud because I don't want to jinx it, but it will be in the next few weeks. And all of you will be invited to the grand opening that we're currently planning. But I'm just so thrilled that we're finally at this point, get this open. It's been a long time coming. I think it's going to be a game changer for our community and really help direct people to the care they truly need. That is a challenge in our community and around our country for a long, long time. And it's time that we break through and resolve that. And this is a great step forward. And I just appreciate everybody's support. And I'm open to take any questions that you may have before I turn it back to Julia.
Okay. I don't know, I'm speechless because we've been all working on that for so long. I think, Julia, you said, what, 7 years now? And this was easy, and I'm so glad you mentioned Mr. Whitley, Richard Whitley, not to mention Governor Steve Sisolak at the time also listened intently, and I believe this is the number crisis in our country that is sort of this dirty dark secret, but anyone knows that has family members who have struggled with mental illness, mental health issues, there hasn't been any service. I know. I dealt with my brother, and I'm the mayor, and not find any services. And after working with a lot of other families that go the same worry at 2 a.m., I'm going to get that phone call, those types of things. And so I'm so grateful for the both of you and everyone that has worked so hard. There was a team of us that all got together, and I think, Julie, if it was for you and Steve getting it over the finish line, you both are phenomenal individuals. I'm so grateful because anyone goes to the ER should recognize how difficult navigating an ER is now because they're dealing with a lot of behavioral health issues, which is bad on both sides because let's say you're having a heart attack. You might not get seen right away because they're also dealing with behavioral health issues. And so I always say, ER are where they fix broken bones, broken brains. And this is really going to be a game changer in our community families that will have access to what do I do? I don't know what to do, right? Now we'll know what to do. Officers have really challenging jobs. They're not behavioral health experts. And so it gives them an opportunity to get help to people in a different capacity. So I cannot thank you both enough. And Dr. Word and even Dean Dow came with us. There was a whole host of us. I don't know, 10 of us?
About 10.
About 10 of us. It was just such an impressive model. And we said we need this in Nevada. So, and you guys, whenever you see people, I can't help think when we walk on the street and you see people that are clearly maybe having a crisis, the mental health crisis, maybe talking to themselves, not having their medications, those kind of things. We tend to do out of mind. And this program, I want you guys to think about it and identify it when you see it. And we now will have help because oftentimes we go, oh, God, so we do, and you will walk right past, they step over someone in a mental health crisis. So anyway, I'm super, super grateful. I'm trying to get overly excited just yet because, we've had a lot of setbacks, but because of these two, made it happen. So I'm very, very, very grateful. I look forward to celebrating this. I get one question, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues. What is it looking like with our other partners that are going to help us? Because we're going to have to, the model to look who has beds currently. The thing I want to point out, because we're helping expand CHA, did you notice that's one of your partners? And now Mr. Delgado will have the room to be part of this whole initiative because of the extension of his mental health unit at Neal Road. So anyway, so that's really good. So just know that's another and help me expand that, right? So, wow, I wish this would have been found when my brother was alive because this has saved his life, And I don't want anyone to ever go through that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Devin, Councilman? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I've been here the entire time that the mayor has sort of stated her everything on getting this done, and you all, many others, lists that you shared are making that a reality. My stepmom once upon a time worked at the Nevada Mental Health campus there. I had opportunity to be there several times. She was a psychiatric nurse. My father was a psychologist. Many times shared, they came here in the 70s. They saw it all. And when they came here, we were easily back in the 40s, 50s in terms of how we dealt with mental health. in almost the late 70s. So we were so behind. We remained behind. This is a huge, huge step. I mean, you've been talking about it forever. I'm so glad to see it happen now. One question I had a chance to tour the new campus next to the CARES campus that is really a focus on mental health, behavioral health, and I was just wondering how these programs might intersect. That's the one with Northern Nevada Hopes. And so I couldn't believe how many rooms had designated for interview rooms, that they had ability to move from an interview to action to help people stabilize around that facility. So hand it back to you.
Yeah, I will just take a quick peek. I do want to recognize, so just same with the CARES camps and just generally. So because we have had gaps in behavioral health system of care, the county has, over the course of many years, ended up being the direct providers, right? So many people are not aware that we have 30-plus clinicians who work directly for the county, and 8 of them are assigned to the CARES campus. So there are clinicians on campus at the CARES campus that are starting that work. What we talked to you about was the crisis system of care, which really that sub-24-hour crisis intervention.
Right.
That whole crisis system has to interact with the overall behavioral health system care, because if there isn't a good handoff, warm handoff from the crisis care center into the ongoing service, that is significant. And certainly both the HOPES expansion that you are referring to, expansion referred to, and I want to give credit to our CCBHC Quest and Vitality. We are seeing growth in patient services.
Right.
There's probably some pieces in the middle that we all need to work on, more into outpatient,
Including
et cetera.
where people do stay if they need to be hospitalized. Because, and taking this a step further, we do have a number of people who are homeless who also refuse care. And much of their homelessness and their decision to refuse care is driven by maybe faulty judgments, impairments, who knows what. But they've chosen both to be in that environment, not seek care. And so they potentially have that possibility of arrested, right, and end up in our prison system. And so I just, obviously you in your role have helped figure all this out. How do we deal with prisons, the hospitals, the HOPES, the care, and this early intervention or crisis center?
Sorry, anything to add?
Well, I was just going to say, I think the additional services at the CARES camp are definitely going to enhance our overall crisis response system. I think more resources would add along the way are better, but we'll be working very closely between our team and the CARES camp team. So.
Then I did want to just note, I'm here to talk to you about 4 initiatives. It's the crisis response system. The other 3, we are not going anywhere to level of depth, just reassure you.
Sorry.
That is okay.
All right.
So there's just quick more things. One is about the system piece. So if there are any other specific questions about the crisis response system, now would be the time. But otherwise, I'll just jump to these. And I promise nowhere near as long as the first part.
Go ahead.
Very quick. Just very quick touching. I want you to know the other digital initiatives they participated in. So when it comes to the crisis response system, kudos to the Reno Police Department, which has been actively involved in this work from day one. Okay, so move to the sequential model based on the comment from Councilwoman Dewar. The region has been working on this as well. So SIM is a widely accepted framework that identifies key points within the justice system. We can divert individuals who are at risk of interaction with the justice system, driven primarily because they have behavioral challenges. Go specifically to the point that you were raising.
Okay, you have a PowerPoint on.
I have 3 slides, promise. So we have, as a region, chosen to work toward adopting the sequential intercept model as championed by Judge Walker and Judge Liu in the 2nd Judicial District. But there are also many judges that are doing good work at Reno Municipal Court as well. I'm going to try not to name everybody because I will forget someone. Just basic concept is there are intercepts within the justice system. And within each intercept, we have opportunities to divert or deflect individuals who are having a behavioral health challenge. Intercept 0 is let's not have them have any contact with the justice system. That is the crisis response system we just talked about. But intercept 1 is now you had contact law enforcement. How do we make sure that law enforcement has the tools to make sure that they can divert and deflect? Intercept 2 is now you've arrested, have your initial detention, your first court appearance. How can we, at that moment in time, divert or deflect somebody who has a behavioral health challenge? Now you're deeper into the system, you're in the specialty courts, perhaps, or you're in the jail or dispositional court. What can we do in that setting? And then intercept 4 is reentry. So you've served your time, you're a reentry community. What are we doing to address your behavioral health needs at that point? We're, as a community, a sequential intercept model, because crisis response is kind of handled by those coalitions. For sequential intercept, we're working on intercepts 1 through 4. The only reason we're not doing it at this point is largely state-driven, and we're choosing to tackle the things we can have more influence at the local level. So there's a coalition of folks who are also working on this. Last slide, on this topic, this is what's been done so far. So there was a behavioral health summit focused on them that happened in January of 2024 that about 150 folks attended. There are about 25 individuals from our community who traveled to Miami-Dade County to learn about this model. 3 are currently at the City of Reno, Assistant Manager Hodge, Chief Nance, and then Andrew Sherbandi, who is your Specialty Courts Manager at Reno Municipal Court, have all been to Miami-Dade with a crew of us who have gone. It's resourced, it's in my lap, I'm facilitating that project, herding the cats, if you will. We have also been able to take some of our community investment dollars and contract with social entrepreneurs to have some project management on this so that I'm not trying to do all by myself, but we have project management support. We have a core team that's been working on it, and the first thing we've accomplished is a mapping exercise so that we know what we're doing well already, and we can identify the gaps where we need to lean into. So by the end of the year, you'd have in your hand a map that shows what we're doing well and what we'll have to work on, a strategic framework that will drive our work the next couple of years in this specific project, and all about diverting individual behavioral health challenges from a system. Your law enforcement, RPD, and your municipal courts are involved in these initiatives. So it's sequential step model, finishing the mapping, finishing the strategic plan, and then from that, we're going to do some very specific thing on gaps in the behavioral health system. Because it's good if you can divert and deflect folks from the justice system, but if there is a behavioral health system that catch them, problem. So we're going to work on that. So that's sequential intercept model, high-level review. I'm just going to keep powering through, and then you can ask questions at the end. Okay. So Washoe Behavioral Health Center. This is exciting in our region. So when I'm saying Washoe Behavioral Health Center, you may know it better as formerly West Hills. So you may recall that West Hills closed its door. That opened up significant gap in our behavioral health system. The county chose to move forward with $0.5 million of our ARPA dollars to purchase the building. And then we were able to get $0.5 million awarded from the state to remodel the building. So on the ARPA timelines, we will be working to reopen this facility, or we will be open to remodel this facility by July of 26. It anticipates having half of the building dedicated to children's services, half of the building dedicated to adult services, recognizing, as was brought up earlier, that not everybody, their crisis stabilized, that's going to be enough, that we need more options in our community we can divert some to where they can have a longer stay and get more stable and more able to rejoin the community. So that's the behavioral center. We right now are looking at psychiatric residential treatment facility for children. This is what we hope to put crisis stabilization center for children as well. I will just say in the children and families model, you really want to keep children in their home if you can, but if you can't, it is helpful to have a facility. This would also be a respite center for our foster families and adoptive families who just need to have time out to be able to reset if there's a behavioral health crisis. We're also talking about having a CSEC center for children who have been victims of sex trafficking to be the receiving center so they can get the appropriate care that they need. And then an adult live-in treat program. One of the things we're also trying to do here is sometimes people just don't get care because they can't get assessment. So we have an assessment center to be able to get people assessed more rapidly so that they can be connected to care. And then we have to make it a training facility to help address our workforce development challenges in our region because there aren't enough places where people do their rotation and get the hours that they need to be able to become professionals. So that is the entire presentation right now on the Washoe Behavioral Health Center, formerly known as West Hills, the direction that we are headed there. But that will be a significant asset for our community once it is built. And because the county owns it, we are able to tailor the services there to some of the population we think have less need. And then finally, we have a focus on children and families. This one is really short. The first thing is the transfer of the Children's Mobile Crisis Team from the state to the county. That's meaningful. Obviously, the children's efforts that we have in the Washoe Behavioral Health Center. And then we are working collaboratively. So the state Medicaid system is undergoing a huge behavioral health transformation for children project funded by a tax on providers. It's putting some more money into the Medicaid system for children's behavioral health. So we're actively participating in that. And then there's another Medicaid initiative that is an expansion for reentry or incarcerated youth. So same thing, let's catch kids as they're coming out of the system and ensure that they're getting the service that they need. So we're actively participating in that. And then the Children's Cabinet is leading, Annie Zucker, who I think many of you know, is leading a mental health collective impact project where we're all collaborating to fill some gaps, and we are actively participating in that. So that is the entirety of the presentation. So 4 initiatives, the crisis response system we focused on today, but I also want you to know that we're working on the sequential intercept model, justice version. We're working on reopening West Hills, formerly known as West Hills Hospital, as the Behavioral Health Center, and then we have these efforts on children and families. Wow. And with I'm done.
Oh, I love it. I want to commend Washoe County and exactly what you have to the table, because this is your passion and this is what you're so good at. Julia, I'm so grateful that they have you. You're doing a lot of hard work. And I couldn't be, like I said, more grateful to the county and what they're doing, because honestly, this is kind of a game changer that we're seeing a significant shift over there and priorities, and I'm so proud. So I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I also do need to mention someone that I just call. I'm like, where are we at? And I know I drive him crazy, but it's really important. Because I know how hard he worked on our side at AW. I don't know where he is, if he's over there, can't tell. So I'm really grateful that he's also keeping a watch and partnership in any capacity. So you let us know we can help. We want to enhance on the programs, things that you do. And so, Julie, I'm just so grateful. I love it. It's amazing.
I will take the commendation to the county, but that message why I'm here today is we'll take a village.
Yeah.
And so I want you to know what we're doing. I commend the city of Reno staff from JW Hodge, as well as the municipal court. It's like so many folks have been helpful in endeavors. So thank you for your participation.
Glad you talking about courts. This is the first time I'm seeing all of us work together. Councilman took me to a graduation yesterday for it was Judge O'Neill.
Yep, our Camo Reno Veterans Court, fantastic specialty court, and Shandi is an integral part of that court.
And then also your community court, Judge Haslett is doing great as well.
And I should commend Jackie because
And Jackie.
one of and she's very passionate about this too, but so when I came to her, I said, we really need some beds for some of these people that come out of community court. And Jackie said, don't worry, I got you. And she's getting beds, units from Sage Street, so that right out of the program. So those are the kind of things that'll make a difference. But it's actually all of us that are working together, and I'm really grateful that we have finally, I think, figured out how to things done together, right, and separately. So thank you.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much time.
I'm going to start with Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. A couple of things. First, of course, there's a tremendous amount of thanks to go around, and I certainly believe that county, their exceptional leadership and Hill in really addressing so many facets of it. I know that it's a team sport over there. So many people and so many departments working on it, from the public safety side through the court system, the sheriff, Brady, your work now as the behavioral health administrator. There's so many people to thank. But I will say, and why I had to pass it to Ms. Brewer initially, because I was a little bit emotional about it. But I recall in 2014, so now 10 years ago, I sat down with Madam Mayor, who at the time was not the mayor. And she said, I'm going to try to become the mayor. I said, well, why would you want it? And she said, because I can make a difference in the public health crisis, the mental health in the country. And I always remember that conversation because it tells you also about, why would it? I, of course, at the time was not an elected official. No intention of being an elected official. It always gave me a pause to think about what is the why? How do we do what we do sometimes, which is very difficult, as you well know, from having a council member and a senator. And she said to me that day, 10 years ago, we're going to have a 24-hour crisis response system here. 10 years later, we're so close. Soon thereafter, he introduced me to Shell, and he's had a couple of stops here in town, had come out of the south, I say George, if I recall correctly, if mine serves well. So near enough. And, some stops at places along the way in Las Vegas, a great facility there, doing good work still to this day. Of course, behavioral health, another great stop on the way. But it was truly today, and I wish the room were packed and overflowing. There were media here, because what presented is some of the most impactful information that I have received in the time that I've been on council. And I just owe an incredible debt of gratitude to many people, but especially to you, Mayor. And I know how important this is to you personally. And to take years to get to that point, I know can be very frustrating, because we all want something to happen quickly, but political life as it is, budgets are what they are, administrations come and go, but Mayor, you never revert in your desire to see some of these things happen. So I thank you.
Well, Devin, that's very kind of you, but we also have a very personal connection to you too, and you don't talk about it a lot. We've had a lot of conversations how much you care about mental health. And I remember, do you remember, Steve? Devin, you're right, because I remember there was a picture of both of you who met on Southwest Airlines flight, and then we all started putting mental health pieces together, and so I remember that. So that's what you're talking about. Can't tell that Steve's accent is Nevada accent?
It's not a real accent.
Your Reno accent. Anyway, go ahead, Councilwoman Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have much to say that other people haven't said. Sincere thanks. Use game changer, Mayor, and I think this is a game changer for our community. And I'm so proud to be part of a place where we have dedicated professionals and experienced people working towards this. And of course, your leadership, Madam Mayor, through all this is amazing. Thank you. And then my last thing is, please let us know how we can help in any way possible at any time. And if I think we have the whole team here, if you have any roadblock blocks or need anything, we will be here to help you in the county. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Maya. I'd just like to echo all the kudos that have been going around, and thank you all for your leadership in providing, both of you, obviously, providing the leadership in this space and for your tenacity, Madam Mayor, and make sure that we address such a critical need that affects a lot of us, even whether it's spoken about or it isn't in a lot of households. And so just make sure that we have the service to provide to constituents. It is going to be a game changer, so I appreciate everybody who's worked on this diligently to get where we're at today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Anderson.
I don't have much more to say that anybody else hasn't already said, other than I have 4 friends that have lost teens in the last years that had absolutely zero idea where to start, and the shame and the confusion was overwhelming. And so from first meeting to be able to have resources to be able to share that good news to other parents that are going through this and that they're just human, have family and ones that they care about, I am wildly grateful. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar. Councilwoman Dewar. Anything else?
Well, the one thing, when you mentioned, the one thing I wanted to ask is you were talking about the process related to the prison system, the justice system, and what I was wondering is, those processes take a long time, gathering all the info, figuring in this all out. But what today is happening? If somebody's in a crisis today, what can we offer them? Or can we direct them? We call 988. I want to make sure I get it. 988. And is everything operational?
Yeah.
I mean, what would happen today?
If you to call or text 988 right now, you'd get an immediate response. Text is very important for our young people because they don't have to pick up the phone, so text is very important. And so there is a crisis response now. On the justice system piece, it was like folks went to Miami and then just waited around for the strategic planning. So there has been really good work forward. Walker is being a new court called Competency Court, and so it's really directed at those individuals who have been deemed not competent to stand trial. We had some meaningful backups in our system where folks sitting in the jail for a very long time, sometimes longer than their full sentence would have been, while waiting to be found competent because of just various hurdles in the system, and there's already been pretty significant results there, with the spirit of not just getting somebody back to competency so that they can stand trial, but also make sure they are getting behavioral care. So that is already happening. In our jails, the sheriff has worked with the Nevada Adult Mental Health Services to redirect some resources so that we now have jail mental health-based unit that didn't exist until just recently, right in the jail. So again, primarily target individuals who are struggling with competency issues, but also making that they get access to behavioral health care while they are with us at the jail. So our big boulders being moved while we are also doing the work of the assessment, the planning, to ensure that we know where we want to go next.
Is the unit with 10 beds at the mental health campus open, or we'll see open, or I wasn't sure the time?
So the crisis center will be opening next few weeks.
That's what I thought.
That will be the 25 chairs and the 10 beds.
Right.
Yes.
So that in a few weeks, so we'll
Yes.
call it mid-December.
Well, early 2025, but January.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, that's fantastic news. I just wanted to book more of that.
I'll get an invitation to a ribbon cutting.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Yes. Very soon.
Sam Ollie celebrate. Okay, thank you so. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, thank you
Thank you
so
all.
much.
Thank you.
I can't believe actually.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve, Julia.
Thank you.
It's so great to see you. I don't think we have to accept this presentation. So moving on, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We move on to item D1, which is the Market Street update.
Great. Do you have public comment on this item?
We don't have any public comment. However, we did receive one comment associated with this item, and it was one letter of concern. It has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Good evening. For the record, Angela, Assistant Director for Development Services. This is a very quick agenda item. Super quick. In fact, we're...
There you go.
Any buttons? There we go. Okay. So a year ago, it was back in September of 2023, Council adopted the Market Abandonment Development Agreement. Now, with that, there was an abandonment that was tied to some specific timings. The abandonment wasn't going to move forward until we knew that everything in yellow, which is the RTC Mill Street project, knew that that project had been constructed. So Market Street abandonment is everything in red. Right now, we actually need that road, so we weren't comfortable doing an abandonment, but once all the improvements are made to Mill Street, we'll include widening and adding some different traffic at different locations. We will no longer need that portion of Market Street, so this development agreement ties the amendment to timing of the RTC project. There is a requirement on all development agreements that 1 year after that agreement is recorded, the applicant has to come back and give a 1-year update. Because the timing of Mill Street project, we actually started construction, and we knew that all along. RTC is on the same trajectory, so they have slowed down timeline. They're looking to start construction in March of this next year, and they think they'll be done with that project in the middle of 2026. So in terms of an update, there's not much to share with you because nothing has happened yet with the abandonment, while still waiting for the Market Street or the Mill Street construction to be completed. But as a requirement, the applicant's representative is here to give an update on kind of what he had.
Just a quick question. This was the one with Mr. Dolan?
Correct.
Dolan, he was here?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Good afternoon. So for the record, Garrett Gordon, to behalf of, as Councilman Dorr said, the Dolan family, specifically Dolan Dodge. I think Muse did a great job. We came for this study about a year ago, crafted the development agreement that really set a number of items that had to be completed before abandonment could be recorded. And first and foremost was RTC had to complete the widening and add a new traffic light. And when that occurred, this segment of Market Street would no longer be necessary. So we're patiently waiting for RTC to move forward this year with those Mill Street improvements. And until then, the street will remain open and nothing will be recorded until those benchmarks have been satisfied. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions from the council?
I only have one. When the Mill Street is done, I guess for you, Ms. Foos, when the Mill Street's done, took an action, that just become automatic, or do we have to take an action?
No further action is needed, council. The amendment will record, and so what you've already approved will then be effectuated.
Okay, thanks.
All right, may I have a motion?
Move
Council?
to accept the report.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, moving right along. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're on item D2, Jacobs Plaza.
All right, thank you so much. Do you have public comment on the item?
On D2, we do not have public comment registered. For the record, we received 2 comments associated with this item of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to hand it off to Angela again.
Okay, thank you for the record. Angela Foos, Assistant Director with Development Services. A little bit of background on this. It was in May of 2022 that council approved additional use permit for the Glow Plaza Outdoor Festival. There were kind of 2 triggers that were viewed as part of the conditional use permit. One was to allow this outdoor amusement recreation center, and the other to allow live entertainment. So that was bundled together as one conditional use permit, was approved. About a year later, the conditional use permit went back for an amendment. It just went to Plan Commission. It was appealed, so it did not go before City Council. That amendment allowed it to expand to the sand parcel. It called it back then the Sands parcel, which is the J Resort. And the intent there was that the J Resort or the Sands would be able to advertise events happening at the Glow Plaza. Because of our regulations on signs, what we consider to be on-premise and off-premise, at that time, the Glow Plaza was a separate parcel, separate project area from the J Resort, and the J Resort is the one that actually has signage to talk about what they're proposing to have in terms of content. So a lot of nuances there, but at the end of the day, that was approved back in 2023 by Planning Commission. Again, it was not appealed to City Council. So one thing that was required, part of this conditional use permit, is that the applicant has to come back on a yearly basis. And they have to come back to council and basically present an update on how their project is operating. They have a whole safety and operation plan that the city manages. And so council was looking for, added that condition, is to get feedback from, is it working? Are there things that need to be adjusted? So council has asked for a little bit of background from staff, so I'm here to represent that piece. Mr. Gordon will represent from the applicant's perspective where he's been past year and what they're planned in the next year. So just big picture, wanted to give everyone again a head of where this is at. This is within our down area. Glow Plaza is that yellow area on the left, and then of course the J Resort is that area on the right. The biggest topic we probably discussed or had discussed is related noise. So I wanted to highlight some things that are conditioned as part of use permit. So number one, they have unlimited noise for up to 20 events. So a year's time, we're going to have 20 events with no restrictions, no limitations on noise. Outside of those 20 events, they are limited to 85 decibels. They're also limited in terms of how long these events or these concerts can go. So no matter what, music has to shut down by 11 p.m. They can have people, closing up and cleaning up until midnight, Fridays and Saturdays, but the rest of the week, they have to be done with everything by 11. Here's a list of the last year's events, and all of these were permitted through a special activity permit. Typically, the way this works as part of the conditional use permit, if they think they have more than 3,700 people at an event, they need to go through a special activity permit. Otherwise, they can do it by right. I think because they're new and they're still trying to figure out how many people are going to come to events and their concerts, they were proactive and they submitted special activity permits for all 20 events. So here's some dates and here's some times. Mr. Gordon will be able to give you details about what actually happens at these events, but we just want to highlight that all 20 of the events that happened this last year were viewed as part of that special activity. Most of the events placed during the warmer season, so that May through October. And again, the biggest question we've had from council is, how have the noise levels been? So we understand that they get 20 events with no restrictions on noise, but they're still monitoring all events. They have, I think, 3 different noise monitors set up on site, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, noise being monitored. So anytime we want to know how loud an event was taking place, they can provide that data to us. We also had questions on how many complaints have we had in this last year. So there's about 4 different complaints that have registered. I'll say that 2 of these are related more to construction-related activities, so not necessarily related to events at the Plaza. One had to do with some thing that had been blown down. Another had to do with signage that had been blown down, and that was last January. And then we had 2 complaints about excessive noise. Now, when we look at the time frame of that event, that's from April 20th. That event was not at the Globe Plaza. That event was a private event at the J Resort. So I just want to highlight that any events at the J Resort are not part of the Globe Plaza. And I think there's misconceptions from the community, but I wanted to highlight that the Globe Plaza really is a standalone venue, and anything that the J Resort does is not tied to these conditional use conditions. Okay, so let's give you a couple examples. I just picked 3 random events so we could look at the noise. Now, this noise monitoring equipment is amazing. It measures the noise every second of every day. So it crashed my computer about 12 times, a paragraph that just tells you how much data is involved in this. So this is a 24-hour window. So this is on October 14th. There's an event called the Reno decompression event. So at midnight on the very left, up to midnight again on the very right. Here's how the noise fluctuated. And it's hard to kind of gauge, well, how loud is it? So for the most part, they're not exceeding 85 decibels. Kind of interesting little fact. And again, the part with this is anytime there's a train or a car or a motorcycle, you're going to see a spike. So sometimes it's difficult to say that just because an event happened, that the event was the cause of noise. When we can see over a 24-hour window, there was a lot of fluctuations. So again, here's one, decompression. Here's another one, the 90s house party. So those 90s, they know how to have a good time, good music. Their music actually wasn't crazy out of control. And I thought it was interesting too, again, at 6 or 8 in the morning, we had a couple spikes. And then when the activities were having, people down there, the 90s party was raging between 5 and 10 p.m. and a few spikes, generally not that bad. And finally, one more. Reno market, so have these about once a month. They're more of, I would call it more family-oriented, where maybe there's music, there's craft, there's events happening. That actually had higher fluctuation in noise, and again, that was from a longer stretch. So between 1 in the afternoon and 11 o'clock at night, a mix of noise levels fluctuating. Again, it could have been from the event, it could have been from somebody that had maybe a microphone, it could have been really from somebody driving by, not associated with this event at all. So, generally speaking, again, 20 events. We do have noise data from all events, but it was just a snapshot to just give you guys an idea of the noise levels that we're hearing. Okay, and like the applicant's representative is also here, and he'll give you a full presentation on what to expect the coming year.
Again, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Member of Council. For the record, Garrett Gordon. Today, it's my pleasure to speak on behalf of Gibbs Entertainment and to provide the annual update. With me today is John Bolware, Gibbs Entertainment Regional Vice President. Also, Chris Ewell, JMF Presents. You may have seen in the paper this morning, he's our partner for the Plaza and Festival Grounds, and he'll be here for questions later in the presentation. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Jacobson. Richard Jacobs is in the audience as well. So I do appreciate these annual updates, because it's nice to do this about a year ago and then come back and say, hey, what was a success? Did it work? Was the vision that I presented, Jacobs presented, in fact, come to fruition? The comment we heard from this body and the additions put on, were they in fact working? And I can absolutely say this has been an extraordinarily successful summer, and we're very excited for 2025. As Ms. Foose indicated, everyone knows where the Globe Plaza is. Their 4th Street, bordered by Washington on the west, Ralston on the east. So condition number 23, that's why we're here today. It says the applicant should present an annual report of the project's operations with the first report complete within 1 year. So that's why I'm here today to give you a report of what's happened. You can see my presentation will be littered. I would say littered with amazing pictures both in the evening, during the day, and at night of how this space has been activated. Jacob had a vision of 4th Street, to get people down there, to get residents down there, to get tourists down there, to get family down there. And I can absolutely say it's been an extraordinary success. As Angela said, 20 or so events certainly ranged from all over the spectrum, from the Reno Night Market, which you heard from Mrs. Very family-oriented, local vendors, local DJ, kids activities. You'll see pictures of some arts and crafts. That was great, more community cultural event to get folks, locals down there and activating that space. And then certainly a wide variety of concerts, the Nice House Party, Blues Traveler, Bone Thugs and Harmony. And you can see us put in there some of the larger events where tickets were sold, what those numbers look like. So we were over 2,000 tickets sold for Bone Thugs and Harmony. That was my maybe one of my high school band I used to appreciate. I did attend that concert. Blue Oyster Cult concert, over 1,000 tickets sold. The Maoli concert, over 2,300 tickets sold. Some great pictures of that event. Blues Traveler, again, over 1,100. You can see Don Felder. It's a wide variety. We're trying to get as many people, locals, tourists, families down here to activate this Glow Plaza. Trampled Turtles certainly was a favorite, over 1,500 tickets sold. Tacos and Tequila, a Hispanic kind of concert, cultural night, weekend was fantastic with the Hispanic bands who were present. And then the Asian Moon Festival. That was not a ticketed event, but opened up a festival for the Asian community. We had over 2,000 guests there who got to participate in that event. Everclear, who all of us may know from years ago, over 1,200 tickets sold. Certainly touring again, great to have them there. And again, the Reno Night Market. And also, not last but certainly not least, the Reno Phil. When I came before this body, it said we absolutely envision the Reno Phil using this venue for some of their events. And so it was a fantastic event. The music of Tina Turner came out middle of the year, had an event at the Glow Plaza, and J Resort and Jacob's family stepped up and said, we'll not only host this, but donate to it, make sure it's successful. So they made a personal sponsorship contribution of about $90,000 to make sure the Reno Phil event was successful, and it certainly was. So just a picture to show the Medley concert. That's the band's kids who traveled over here, kind of backstage, having a good time, very family-oriented event. On the right, Bone Thugs and Harmony, kind of a cool thing they do before concerts or after concerts, kind of VIP. You can meet some of the band members and hang out with them over at the Resort or in cases at the Glow Plaza. Reno Night Market, on the left-hand side. When I came for this body, not only stressed, we're excited to bring in concerts and acts, also community. Also family-friendly activities. And so you can see here, it's just a typical night market where you have families there doing arts and crafts. There's a local DJ, a little acoustical arts. You can see there left-hand side, local vendors, local food. It's really been a great success and averaged out at the beginning a couple hundred people, and then word got out, and we were close to 2,000 at the end of the season. And on the right-hand side, the bicycles. Certainly we were hoping that everyone would drive there, but they would take the opportunity to ride bikes, coming out, even walk. And that's a picture early in the season, and as it progressed, saw even more of those bicycles coming, not only at night market, but at even concerts. Locals coming down on their bikes and hanging out and enjoying the act. So you can see, I love this picture because you can see two things. One, kind of how we've activated this in the daytime. So folks driving by, maybe they're locals, maybe they're from out of town, and say, hey, what's going on there? What is Nice Shade Strawberries? What are all those people doing in this venue? How can we get involved? Where do we buy tickets? And so we've activated during the daytime, and then of course at nighttime as well. And you can see it's a great angle from the stage here. You got the J-Rose in the background, you see the Reno skyline, but then all that time, money, and effort put into creating this kind of arts and culture district. All that Burning Man art that was put in a couple years ago. Now you can see the vision that now it's there. People are enjoying it. It's part of the experience at the Glow Plaza. The old replica signs you could see from some of the hotels. Some of the other signs have been purchased from a local artist who creates these for downtown Reno. Those signs are on. You get that neon vibe. And so we've got a lot of feedback from folks who said that the whole vibe in downtown Reno with the retro lights, the artwork, the low vendors, and the Reno skyline backdrop and outdoor urban atmosphere has just been spectacular. And we're excited to even go forward with even more band experiences next year. A couple other great pictures here. This was at the Hispanic
culture event, band Bondazito was there, really rocked the crowd, it was fun. Claire, again, I love this view when you can kind of see this urban amphitheater setting where you have the J Resort and the other downtown skyline in the background, shade structures, the stage, you can see it's packed. You can also see, since came before you last time where it was just kind of standing room only, or maybe folks would bring their chairs, we did put in these kind of high-end risers to give visitors even a better experience. So you can buy a seat, sit in a riser, there's some VIP tables, and then you can even on your phone order drinks or food to kind of stay out of the lines and not skip the show. So as we continue to modernize this venue, feedback from guests, I'm excited to come back next year and tell you what's even better. So as is my favorite, which Councilmember Anderson, congratulations, be here. I'd love to go back and focus on our master plan, our downtown action plan. What boxes does it check? I pulled my prior presentation for the Globe Plaza, and what I promised or what I proposed that this would do is in fact doing it. And I can say absolutely it is. Just 2 quick slides on the master plan, and these are all policies that come right from your master plan. Community development. I proposed that the Globe Plaza would provide a community venue to attract visitors of this once neglected portion of downtown Reno, promote businesses in the area, quality of life for residents. Absolutely, it's been a great community venue for downtown. Arts and outdoor recreation and tourism. It's absolutely become a venue for arts and cultural events. Not only the music and the experience, but just the vibe, the arts, the artwork, the signs, the shade structures. It's definitely revitalized this area of downtown. Arts and culture, I suggested that the proposed Globe Plaza will provide an active venue and platform, local and regional artists. Absolutely, Philharmonic was there. I mean, how local is that? And urban revitalization. I suggested the Globe Plaza will be consistent with the efforts to revitalize downtown Reno, which is providing a safe, accessible venue for the arts, which absolutely contributes to the urban core. And I'll go through all the tourism and entertainment, checks that box, art, culture, public spaces. You can see a lot of these events were just open. They didn't even require a ticket. They're free for families to come and enjoy the space, enjoy the area, enjoy the food, and really have a great experience in our downtown urban core where we're trying to bring residents back downtown. Pedestrian realm, we've done a great job with urban elements, sidewalks, lighting, signage, to provide really a great location that used to be very blighted, and community amenities, absolutely. And this is directly from Downtown Action Plan, which, as you all know, was created with input from the entire Reno community. And on the right, you can see the words most Reno locals focused on of what do we want to do with downtown. We want vibrant, safe, clean, fun, arts, events, culture, community, and we've checked all those boxes as well. I think where we are today is unbelievable. We're headed next year. I hear this from Mr. Boulware, specifically what's going on next year, I think is very exciting, but we've hit the head on the downtown action plan of what the community wanted for our downtown. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Boulware. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Oops. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Congratulations to those who won your races. My name is Jonathan Bower. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Chips Entertainment, and I am so excited to be here today to talk about expansion plan. Some of you may have seen the article in the RGJ about the $100 million investment and a partnership with AMF Presents. So I'll take you through some of the exciting things that we have. What you're seeing today is our front entrance. It's right on the corner of 4th Street in Austin. Every great property needs a sense of arrival, and this is our opportunity to provide it to our guests, and which obviously is a general parking, 20-foot sculpture, which will be our 14th on 4th Street. And once you walk inside the building, you'll have a beautiful entrance. On display will be 4 of Jacob's collections of European sports cars. Some of the most unique cars in the world will be there. 4 of them in that location. You'll hear more about that in a minute. Have a little bit more gaming, MB option, but this really completes the front end. So if you drive by now, you don't specifically have experience, but this will definitely round that out. We'll begin this construction January 2025, and expect it to be complete early in 2026. This is a picture of the freeway. This we call the West Expansion. This one we're excited about. This is still in pre-development, but right now the pool for Resort is in the entrance on 4th Street in Walston. We plan to move that pool to this location and it'll become indoor-outdoor pool. We like to be able to be a true resort. We need to have 24-hour operation. So give us the opportunity an indoor-outdoor pool. For those of you that are familiar with the property, when you enter the property through the Afterglow entrance, that is that parking lot and location. Underneath the pool, the pool, spa, new workout facility, Underneath that, we'll have another, 800 banquet space. We probably use this flex space as well, too. So again, this one's redevelopment. We're really excited about this as another opportunity to round out the J Resort. This is what we're excited about as well. This part of the Jacobs Collection European Sports Cars. Some of the most unique cars in the world. It's going to be on display 15, 16. You'll see a picture in a minute. It's going to be a pre-function space for a new banquet space that we're going to be adding. We wanted to create banquet space as our first step, but we wanted to do something that was going to be extremely unique, something that you can't find anywhere else, hopefully in the United States, certainly not in Nevada. And so our guests will have an opportunity to enjoy this pre-function space, which I'm told will include 5 Ferrari supercars. Sure, I haven't seen a supercar before, but they're only very limited in the world. We will have that on display. And then that is the pre-function space for banquet space. We'll seat about 400+ people. And as we announced this morning, we have entered a 5-year partnership with JMF Presents, and Chris is here today. This will be our Resort Festival ground, and this allows us to expand beyond Globe Plaza. Globe Plaza was very successful. We'll talk about follow-up with him in a minute. But this gives us the opportunity to attract even larger groups, larger folks to come down and experience. The festival ground will be able to host 10,000 to 15,000 people. And we did a little test run this year. Steve Tucker was in that same location before this remodel. And there was about 3,000 or 4,000 people, and it was highly successful. So this will begin construction soon, and we'll have it open by May of 2025. So one of the things we talked about with entertainment, like Gordon talked about the activation. A lot of times, we talk about the master plan and the changes. I was part of the company when we first took our first motel in 2017. And I remind people when I go out and I speak about the company, I get the question of, hey, the master plan and buildings and what are you guys doing? And I remind people that this was an area that we all know that people avoided for decades, that people would not come to this area for all the reasons that we know. And so to be able to take an area where now we have families and kids and seniors and all sorts of people come down to an area that haven't been down in years. They haven't seen years. That's a part of the revitalization too. That is part of the master plan that doesn't get talked about, is rebranding an area people not step foot for kids in decades. And I think that's important for Reno. I think that's an important accomplishment of all the things that we've done as a company. One of the greatest things that I'm most proud of is our rebranding of the area. And I've talked to people that said, I would have never come down here without this. I would have never brought my family down here. I didn't feel safe. And evidence of that, Pops on the River in 2023 hosted their event at the Globe Plaza in the middle of 4th Street. Who would have thought that would have happened 5 or 10 years ago? So I just want to say we're excited about these announcements. We're excited about the future. We're excited about where we're going, where we're heading, and we're starting. And the last thing I want to talk about, that's another picture of the festival ground, is our first ground-up residential development, 245 North Arlington, beautiful building there on 2nd and Arlington Street, 60 units. We will pre-leasing in January of 2025 and be ready to rent in March of 2025. So it's a beautiful area, beautiful building, and we're all ready to go. And with that, any questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Brewer. Great job. Okay, I'm going to start with Councilwoman Eber. Councilwoman.
Thanks for being here. Great.
Thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Boulware. Appreciate the update. Very exciting. I think it really bears out something you said in the presentation, which was there's a vision, and the vision has started, and a lot of what the vision was happened last year. So very excited about that. Obviously, the news this morning and the announcement about the expansion is another example of it's a $100 million commitment that Ms. Jacobs has made in this community. And I think sometimes it doesn't get a lot of credit for the work that's happened here and some things that have happened that have allowed this community to move forward, in part because people want everything to happen very quickly. And when things happen quickly, they're not happening at all. But I think your presentation tells me that a lot of good things are happening. So I'm very excited. But I also think, when anyone is willing to commit $500 million to $1 billion to invest in this community should be celebrated, right? The city of Reno is a great place to live, work, and play, and it's changed. Certainly in my lifetime, it's changed. And one of the things that happens is when people make those commitments, whether it's Carano family and Caesar Entertainment's commitments, whether it's Jacobs Entertainment, whether the GR and Alex Rello, those kind of long-term investments in this community are incredible. And not every community has the opportunity to get those investments. So when I see that kind of growth trajectory, I just want to say thank you to the folks for making those investments and those commitments to the community. So Mr. Jacob, I'm sure will hear back, and certainly Mr. Jacobs Jr., I suppose we haven't had the privilege of meeting this year, but it's exciting and really does speak to the community's trajectory, we think is quite credible. I'll be interested to know who the lineup is this year in some Glow Festival or Glow ground. I had the privilege of attending at least 3 of the night markets. They turned out to be the things that I really enjoyed out. The promoters for that have really done a job of creating opportunity for little vendor, craftspeople, different food vendors. It's just a great vibe at those night markets. And so if you haven't been to a night market, I encourage you to do that. And certainly I'm looking forward to what you'll bring to the table this year.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate the update. I'm grateful for the investment in downtown. It makes a difference. And I look forward. I'm very excited about 245 North Arlington opening. That's very exciting. And I appreciate your good neighbor to other residents downtown when it comes to noise and the activities that you offer. So thank you.
Councilman Martinez. All right. Councilman Anderson. No? Okay. First of all, thank you. Great presentation. When you going to get a pool? When's that happen? Well, but indoor, out, like in all, that whole expansion, when is that? Oh,
Still under design route, but we have a pool on the outside, but that one, yeah, we're excited about.
'Cause-
I don't have a timeline on that
yeah.
yet.
And then the convention space too, because I know that
Yes.
that's a big entity as well.
Absolutely. So we're
Yeah.
not, like I said, we're done yet. This is just a beginning.
No. But I do want to point out, first of all, thank you. And just thinking back about all, so where this all started, I remember sitting down with Mr. Jobs a few years ago, and he sort of saying, I really want to put arts and culture into the city. And, I've had a lot of people that tell me that, and that has never come to fruition. And to see what he has accomplished has been really miraculous. There's a lot of people say to me, well, I never would have went to 4th Street. Now I can ride my bike. A lot of people ride their bike thanks to RTC and what they've done over there, but also the nostalgia and the venue and opportunity for local artists, art culture. And the thing that is impressive is he's sort of sharing it with everyone. People forget that. It's along that street. Burning Man. A lot of people have said, I'd never go to Burning Man, but the fact that I get to experience it on the small scale is pretty impressive, and it makes them say, I want to go to Burning Man. Or there are a lot of people that are disabled or they're elderly, and they appreciate the art. And so I hear a lot of things like that, and not to mention the safety. One of the things that I'm going to touch upon, because it's been, so I think it's been unfairly negative on a lot of ways. And you should be commended, because what we aren't talking about, the building you just showed, one of the most horrific, deplorable places I have ever seen in my entire life. And that was townhouse. It was unbelievable. And I have been in many, and I will gladly debate anyone any single day on the issue, but I've been in a lot of those motels on our street. Unfortunately, my brother had a problem with drug and addiction, so I knew them very well, because he was missing. I would look for him in those places. I knew him very well, unfortunately. So the fact that that is cleaned up, and if anyone ever wants to debate me on Housing Act, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hundreds and thousands of bed bugs, mold, no running water. You can rent by the hour. High rates of crime. Highest. That is not a place that anyone should live. And not to mention, we allowed a lot of slumlords to get away with for a very long time. So if there's anyone that should be mad at anyone, they should be mad at those people. Let people like that for a very long time. And as you know, and their records speak for themselves, I follow closely, I would say 95% of those people were relocated. There was one side of the story that was old. But it was very stuck to me today when you showed that new building in the townhouse where people were murdered and horrific crimes happened. And it's a beautiful new building today. And not to mention the contribution I've seen that Mr. Jacobs has done in this community that no one really talks about, but I know firsthand. Massive amounts of monies to incredible nonprofits. Incredible, like homeless youth. And yeah, the Willie, it's so many. And so I don't know why it's been so negative for someone to vitalize a city and make it beautiful. So I want to apologize. This up was fantastic. And we appreciate the investment into our community. And, anyone that wants to do it, not Mr. Jacobs, I don't care who you are. I want our city to have amenities like these and opportunities for artists. And when maybe who knows, some young little boy sees an art, an act there and says, hey, I want to become, the next, I don't know, Bone Thugs and Harmony. I would go like Paul McCartney. I don't know. But, those kinds of things, and a lot of them are free. And I want people in our community to have amenities and a strong arts and culture scene and something that we can be proud of. So anyway, I just want to say thank you, but really triggered something with me when I saw you put up that last slide, because the townhouse was awful, 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 awful.
You were there when we did this conference. The ground.
Yeah. I had spent probably 3 or 4 years regularly, so unfortunately. But thank you very much. Okay, that being said, I don't know if we have to, Angela, do we have to accept this?
If you'd just like to accept the report, that would be motion.
Okay, so we would like to accept the report. Do we have to motion?
I move to accept the report.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you much. Okay, moving on. We are going to open the RDA. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. Great, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you. Roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Calling roll the Redevelopment Agency Board on Wednesday, November 20th. Councilmember Taylor?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Burt? Reese? Anderson?
Here.
She?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Okay. Thanks so much. Any public comment?
I just read disclosure. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public virtually by registering through the following, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://LINKS:/COUNCIL11-CIL11-20. Madam Mayor, we don't have any public comments at this time, have not received any respondents.
Oh, thank you so much. This time, may I get approval of the agenda? I have a motion.
Second.
A second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, may I get approval of the minutes?
Moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to get back to you. Are we going to item?
Madam Mayor, item D3 on the regular agenda and item RAC1. We're opening together.
Perfect.
Mayor, unless there is a desired presentation, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
I'll move to approve the an investment policy for the City of Reno Redevelopment Agency of the City of Reno.
All right, thank you. I have a motion, a second. All in favor? No.
Require.
Or do you have a question maybe of our stuff?
I would be hold have a presentation, but okay.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Sorry, Mayor, who was the second?
Councilman Martinez, I
No,
think.
Dewar.
Was it?
Doer.
Oh,
Dewar? Okay, thank you.
all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Okay, we're on RDA item C2, which is an advisory board bylaw update.
Right, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment on the item.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mercado.
Good afternoon.
Away.
Brian McCardle, Revisation Manager. I'm here to present the amended bylaws, the resolution for the amended bylaws for the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, otherwise known as the RAB. I'm going to go through a couple slides that are fresh of what was discussed last time, the proposed amendments. But what we have before you today is actually the resolution to adopt formally those new bylaws. So in the development plan that created the redevelopment agency, essentially 3 activities redevelopment agency were defined. The agency made a plan, studies, projects and programs for each individual redevelopment area, and that on an annual basis there shall be a list of projects or a capital improvement plan based on that. And the agency will constitute an advisory group which may consist of area residents, property owners, business owners, and other interested citizens. And that was in the original plan. The role of the RAB is defined, it's fairly limited. It is to provide an assessment of the proposed projects, provide their view on any opportunities that comes before this board, the Redevelopment Agency Board, and then review and comment any other matters that we feel that the Redevelopment Advisory Board needs to comment on. But in essence, the RAB is a non-binding recommendations. They hold no executive power or decision makers. They just provide advisory input. So in 1987, the RAB originally started out as a plan review committee when they were drafting that original agency document. They kept around up to 30 members in 2013, and And they also changed the name to the CAC, the Community Advisory, or Citizen Advisory Committee. But we also, it created some confusion with the actual CAC, the Community Citizen Center, and so they changed the name to the RAB. And then in March 2010, they decreased the number of members to 9 members on that board. As we brought last time, that was approved by this body, were the proposed amendments that were going to be added to the bylaws. And so final bylaws are in your staff report as now, so it's a new set of bylaws with these amendments included in there. It just changes to open meeting law so that the RAB doesn't have to meet specifically on Tuesdays at 3 p.m. It can meet as the chair decides, as long as it's publicly posted with Nevada open meeting law. How chair and vice chair are elected, remote attendance was added, defined excused absences. Now, any future bylaw changes have to come back before this board for final approval. The chairperson, because this is a small advisory board in nature, the chairperson may make motions, cannot release press releases until they get city manager's approval. Real change of the last two is that modify the advisory board to make up to those with professional services. So we put some effort, we heard comments from this body at the last time this was discussed. And so the language in this is that, and I'll risk just so clear, is that going forward, the RAB shall include at least one representative from each designated redevelopment area, Area 1, Area 2. Sorry, let me reread that. Shall include at least one representative from each designated redevelopment area, providing direct insights from those impacted by redevelopment areas. So there's a representative from Area 1 and Area 2 that comment and provide input on anything that may impact or change those redevelopment areas. The remaining members may be residents, property owners, business owners within the redevelopment areas, or individuals with professional experience in fields relevant to redevelopment, including but not limited to transportation, urban planning, architecture, landscape architecture, public finance, commercial real estate, historic preservation, arts and culture, economic development, and redevelopment. So including but not limited to is how that language is written. And so we could have a mix of members on that board as long as we have 2 representatives from each area. It could be a mix of people with commercial real estate experience or economic development experience, et cetera. In the terms of change, since we're restarting this, we had to create a staggered term. And so if we select 9 new members, 3 of those will start off with 2 terms, to start off with 3-year terms, and the remainder will start off on 4-year term. After they do their first year, they can do another 3-year term. The last one is we've added a conflict of interest policy. Everyone will have to disclose any conflict of interest and recuse themselves from voting where a conflict exists. They must disclose and sign a disclosure form at the beginning of their participation on this RAB. So those general amendments have been written in final form that are in the staff report in front of you. Just to highlight the timeline to get all started, and so if this is approved today, the applications will go live tomorrow for people who are interested in being on this board. December 4th, this body selects liaisons to all boards and commissions, so the council liaison will be identified at that time. At the January 8th council meeting, or redevelopment AC meeting, the appointed members will be selected. And then in January and February, I imagine the first RAB meeting will take place, at which point they will select a chair and a vice chair. So the recommended motion is to adopt a resolution amending the bylaws of the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to start to my left. Councilwoman, go ahead.
Hi, can you please go over again what the positions, what the requirements are to be appointed to the board again?
So any residents or individual with professional experience in fields relative to redevelopment. That's general. It's including but not limited to transportation, urban planning, architecture, landscape architecture, public finance, commercial real estate, historic preservation, arts and culture, economic development, and redevelopment.
So does that mean somebody can't point it to it if not any of those fields?
I'd say including but not limited to. So it's not limited to this list. If someone does have skills relevant to redevelopment, they could be considered. It's a bit
What if
ambiguous,
somebody like
but
a retired school teacher, they not be appointed?
they would have to demonstrate that they have a passion, that they have the skills to bring forward that advisory board that could be relevant to the discussions.
Okay, what kind of skills would they need?
Experiences on other committees, experiences with real estate, provide impacts, et cetera. They may have sat on a board in another capacity. I don't know, regardless of their main employment, they have experience from other areas.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, sure. I have a couple recommendations, a couple questions. I'll start by following on Councilor Ebert's. I read this today. composition. Members may be residents, property owners, or business owners within the redevelopment area. And then it says, or individuals with these experiences. So it seemed to be that you could be a resident, property owner, or business owner in the area, or you could be an individual, maybe that does live in the area. Is that correct with one of these experiences? I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's how I'm reading it.
I would say that this is written as any individual with professional experience.
Yeah, so I mean, could you be a resident, could you be a property owner in district without these, to Ms. Eber's comment, a school teacher? Could you be a property owner in the district who you have to be a school teacher, but you could serve on this board? It's written a little bit confusing.
If they are presenting, they're the representative in that area, yes, they would be eligible.
Okay, so, but you could have multiple people that be a representative of the area. What I'm getting confused about is, do the professionals have to live in that area? The way it was written,
They do not, unless they are fulfilling that role representative for each area.
okay, so your expectations would be two, one from each area, and everybody else would be somebody else?
Yes.
But could you have two representative of the area?
Of course, you could have,
All of them?
yes,
live
every
in-
single seat be someone who lives,
Okay.
owns property as a resident.
All right, I don't know what your intent is, but the way it reads is, it sounds like the first category, residents, property owners, or business owners, all you have to do is be within a redevelopment area. Or you be an individual with a variety of professional experience. I don't know what you intend, but that's how I'm reading it, but I'm going to move on in the interest of time. So I'm going to start from the end, and I think you'll probably agree with all these recommendations, I don't know. At the end, number 5, it's about amendments to bylaws. And the way that it's now, the bylaws could only be amended by RAB itself. And I would recommend, just like council's doing now, we're approving the bylaws. I think you should add the council in, because it may be something that council wants to change. The RAB, they don't care, yes, no. I think you should still allow the council to amend the bylaw.
It is written that all amendments be submitted to the Redevelopment Agency Board, which is this body, for review, final approval, before taking effect.
Right, but that is, we reviewed what the RAB did. No, we couldn't initiate amendment. I think we should be able to.
Madam, if I could answer about the intent. Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager, for the record. This model language that you'll find in most all of your boards and commissions, Council. And so the intent, and this is that process, the boards bring forward their recommendations to this body for final approval. So at the end of the day, because you create it, you have the opportunity to approve or change it. So that
Okay, but
intent
just think
matches.
it'd be clear here that the council, the redevelopment board, the council could initiate an amendment to the bylaws without the RAB deciding that's a good idea or not.
I think because you already have the ability to do that at all times,
I
that's why it's.
understand. I'm just recommending for clarity that we include it in the final version of these. I have 2 more changes too that I think would, I can wait for round 2, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thanks so much. Ms. Porto, can we go back to timeline? I want to make sure I'm tracking. I think everything that's been drafted is fine. I think we certainly all understand what the role of the RAB is and also what a role is. So those things being what they are, I think whoever council liaison that is selected will put good people on, will have some oversight by you all, make sure they aren't loading them all up in one area but the other, that it could be a teacher if that person exhibits some specialized knowledge and skill that allows them to contributing to it. I think what it goes back to for me is that this is not like some of the other boards in our city, like if you're on urban forestry. I do think it's cool if you have horticulture background, but you have to. I think someone could be very valuable on such a board, and they would exhibit their value by perhaps they've owned a nursery, so they're a business person. Similarly, on this body, on board, the reason why they're being a difference because we're asking them to essentially look at the technical, financial deal points of RAB-related projects. We're not necessarily looking for a broad understanding of those projects. I think that much like our financial advisory board, we ask people on the financial advisory board a financial background. So I think whoever council liaison made will certainly take whatever input of Devin Reese, a person that I would like to see serve on this body. I will give that to whichever colleague, or maybe it would probably be me serve as that liaison. And so happy to receive those and consider those from hopefully whoever is appointed consider if we made a recommendation. So as to this timeline, what I want to make sure I understand is we have one project that's already been in the door, and we've gone out to hunt partners to evaluate it. I make an assumption that we will have other projects door. Does the timeline get us there so that these projects can be fairly reasonably evaluated? I mean, in this industry, redevelopment-based time is money. And so I'll make sure it seems rather long to me. I also know that we have a break in there for holidays and certain things. So this is what we're stuck with here is the,
Given the timeline of the consultant selected for the Sierra Resort, this time will likely fit with their proposed timeline. So first meeting, maybe the agenda item might be the review of their analysis.
I see.
That takes to the next.
and then as far as, certainly our role, you said that they make advice but not binding because we still have to vote for it here at council. Okay, thank you so much.
They would be making recommendations to this
Yeah,
body.
understand, thank you.
Come on now, person. No, okay, Council Martinez.
Thanks so much, Matt. I just had one question. When the individual is appointing whatever members are going to the RAB for the terms of office, how dignify, like who is doing the 2-year term, the 3-year term, the 4-year term? Just trying to better clarification on that.
We'll at least select at random. Just
Okay.
randomly, it's.
It'll be a that way.
Yep, draws, some of you get 2-year, some of you get 3, some of you get 4.
Can I ask like what the thought process was behind instead of doing a 4-year term for everybody?
It should be that every year you are electing at least 3 people. So that your entire board doesn't rotate off and rotate back on. Every year you'd have 3 seats in rotation. If we'll continue with their consecutive term, they would just be re-voted in. That way you just don't, typically when you're starting a big board with individuals, you have to start people out in staggered terms.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, nothing? Okay. Councilwoman Ebert?
Yeah, so what, we have this board, and what exactly will they be doing? Reviewing projects that come in, make kind of recommendations to council? Are they going out and looking for development put into these areas?
So what will likely come before this advisory board is if we have TIF applications that has capital staff pro formas, discounted cash flows, streetscape improvements, a 5-year modeling, their lender agreements, we would bring that before the Development Advisory Board, and this is the development proposed. You all with your experiences, your purview, knowledge of the subject, you think this is application worthy to go before this body for review and approval, that would be the recommendation of the advisory board. So that's one side. The other side is we have a list of capital improvement projects. There is an annual budget. Will be prioritized projects based on budget. So they'll have an opportunity to say, this is a good budget for you. We think the projects proposed are the right ones, and we would recommend approval to the redevelopment agency board. And that would be the function. And then to comment on any other matters that we feel is should go before that body.
Okay, so then would council decide to use like a consultant, like we're doing with the DSR situation, if the board recommends development?
Until at time that the development agency has an underwriter and financial analyst on staff, it's likely we will continue to work with consultants to review development projects.
Okay, all right. So, forgive me if I missed part, is it, will only be council liaison to this board that appoints all of the representatives on the board?
The resolutions are silent in that process. If you follow the process how other building commissions are selected, it would be the council liaison that's recommending the appointments to the board.
Okay, so we wouldn't get a representative like do on the planning commission. It would just be whoever becomes the liaison would be able to pick every representative on this board.
Yes.
Okay.
The fact that it's not a mission, it is really an advising agency, planning commission that can make final decisions. Things.
Thank you.
Okay, me? Go right ahead. Okay, so moving on to number 4, which is about quorum and voting. And a confusion on almost every board has been, this is written that a majority entitled vote shall constitute quorum. So let's say you have 8 people of your 9 appointed. Does it reduce quorum? Maybe there's a question for legal counsel. I thought it should say, because it's a question on almost every board, we have to reinvestigate this situation. John knows how many times I had to ask him. So if it could just say in the bylaws that it's a quorum of members appointed or a majority, it says entitled to vote. Anyway, if it could be a little more clear that it's of those positions that are appointed, the majority of those makes the quorum. Like that would help clarify. Because I know it's modeled on all the others, but there's a question in years come up on every commission over and over. So it could just add clarity. And maybe John's help.
Yeah, I don't have clarity to add at the moment. If John.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, I think it says it, but we could go to the next step and say majority of the appointed members board.
If you just said that, then it's clear what a quorum is. Okay.
So there's an empty seat, it
Right.
doesn't count.
Count, it's a quorum, okay? I'm suggesting just 10 years of experience, these small things can make a difference. The other thing is you mentioned accused absence and another big issue that's come up on almost every board. Wrote in here, I think you wrote a conflict. On one hand, you said there's such a thing as an excused absence. Then you write, if you have missed meetings, whether you're excused or unexcused, you're automatically off the board. And most boards have something similar, but usually if you're an excused absence, like, oh, you had COVID, you could attend, you can be on Zoom maybe, it doesn't count against an automatically going off board. You may want to say 3 unexcused absences automatically terminate, so that'd be a suggestion. Okay. And then finally, on the membership, almost every board, even very technical boards like TUMWA's advisory board, are all supposed to be water people, still have 1 or 2 positions that are general public. And I would recommend that we have at least 1 position. You don't have to have a special, you can just represent the public. And if we could just say that, I mean, that may be your intent with these people that are representing different areas. From my experience, it's good to put it right in the writing. So we're not having to call the lawyers each time to say, does that fit? So I'd recommend that you put in, anyway, 1 member of the general public. And finally, for the mayor, last time you said, your preference was you said you had hoped be the liaison. You hoped you would hear from a council, and I know you and I are only here for 2 years, but this document will far extend past our deadline. So you may want to put in, recommendations for 6 of the roles, and you appoint 3 or something like that. So
Okay, thank you.
my recommendation.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Madam Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
I was ready to make a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
To adopt the resolution amend the bylaw of the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board.
All right, a motion, a second.
So question. So I'm making these suggestions because of 10 years of experience of confusion with the bylaws, which seem to be continuing these issues. So can we, your motion maker, can we have staff work with lawyers to address these areas that are very confusing for years?
I think you guys understand the direction, right, with considering with Jonathan? Yeah.
I mean, you're not, but is that?
I would say we would go to, if every board having this challenge, it's solved on other boards, we would follow practice and use it on this.
And I worry about it because it is advisory. It is not, it's something that comes as advisory. You can or you can't, whatever. I don't have any problem with my other board. I know about what you guys experience. So I want to be careful about how we, dig in, because I feel like this isn't one that it should be. I don't know.
I'm just suggesting that there's a lot of confusion about voting and what a quorum is. If we could just say those words, that's a majority of the members appointed, a small change, it's clear for everyone. And then if we just say that we can change the bylaws, I mean, you may want to change them. Are you going to wait 10 weeks and have a meeting of the RAB and look for their recommendations? Or are you going to just say, amend this one thing in the bylaw? I mean, these are just practical things, and what an excuse absences. I mean, I'm sorry it hasn't been an issue in years, but certainly has served on at least 6 different advisory boards.
Let me ask, actually, how can you clean up, and she makes one really good point, because I'm sitting on a board, this person has not shown for the last 4 or 5 meetings, and, I think there comes a point where that should trigger.
Correct. Mayor, Ashley Turner, Assistant City Manager, the record. So one of the language biases, we did work closely with the attorneys and looked at our boards and commissions in order to create some consistency. Part of why you set 3 excused or unexcused are the fact that we do have some chronic absenteeism with some of our board members, and that impacts our ability to have quorum and to be able to forward with that decision.
Yeah.
So part of why you do see it as
on it.
Be excused or unexcused.
But I think actually it should be better than this. I think it should be looked at as a whole, as all the boards and commissions. And one of the things we talked about, but I actually think it's a good idea that we should have purview to appoint people in the community on some of our boards.
You mean we've talked about this for many, many years. Yes, all of the boards which council members appointed as members, that goes back to your governing language. That's something staff can into to see if there's options.
Yeah. So maybe you bring it back as a set item where we can put them as a whole, because they're pertaining to all of them, then that makes sense to me.
Yep, we can work clerks, and she is keeper of boards and commissions, and bring back some for council too.
Okay, thank you. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Okay, thanks so much.
So, ask a question. I'm a little confused. Are you planning to work with the attorney to just fix this phrase, or what are you planning to do? Maybe from Ashley.
I get my vision, and I would, maybe you heard it differently, is that you would back an agenda item, address boards and commissions. That way we can do our feedback and then go implement certain things that we see, like absenteeism, what's quorum, some of the things we experience that maybe can change, elaborate on, or, can we appoint from the public.
So we would take this, as two things happened here. The first one is that your Development Agency Advisory Board bylaws are adopted, so that way we can move forward with your application presence. We can get people in front of you to review these projects.
But I see this separately.
Correct. And so to your point, Madam Mayor, I received information that we're looking for a broad conversations, boards and commissions to ensure that we have consistency and your conversation about what are absentee issues, what are the expectations that this body has, and then something that once that conversation happens, we can happily put that as a blanket item and bring back each of the boards as need to change.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
All right.
It's in front of us, so I thought we'd fix it right now. I don't want to, can you?
Well, you go.
Tend
The
to-
whole item.
I cared.
Okay. All right. Now we are, Madam Clerk, get us back on.
Sure. Madam Mayor, we're on item F1, which is Redevelopment Agency Board comments from city council members.
All right. I don't there are any. Any?
So there's no closing comments, so I'm looking motion to adjourn the Redevelopment Agency.
I have a motion from Councilman Reese. Second from Vice Mayor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we're going back to our regular meeting, and we're opening item D for David for
Yeah.
E1, E2, and E3.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment on this item, and we haven't received any correspondence, but item E1, we do have a public commenter for Mr. Dan Morgan.
All right. Then I also have a disclosure to read. I just want to put that on the record. So we'll wait. Mr. Moore?
Vicki, are we owning everything in one presentation?
Okay, so I guess.
So can we do public comment from Dan Morgan?
All right, let's take a comment and then open it up. Mr. Morgan?
Mr. Morgan. I wasn't paying attention.
Nice to see you.
Afternoon, nice to see you all, Mayor, new council members, welcome to your first full meeting. Councilwoman Anderson, I just wanted to take a moment and express, for the record, Dan Morgan, Builders Association, Northern Nevada. Wanted to express gratitude for consideration and hope ultimate approval of the SAD for the Verdi project. I think SADs are going to play an even more critical role as we go forward, blocking inventory and addressing some of the housing issues we have throughout the region. So I just wanted to be on the record in support of the passing of the Verdi SAD and let you know how much we appreciate your support. Have a great afternoon.
All right.
Mr. Morgan, before you run off, last week we had a presentation that you gave on housing.
Yes.
And you shared some important numbers with the EDON folks about our housing needs in the region. I wonder if you could share any of those numbers with my colleague and maybe even follow up with the presentation materials. I
I'd
think it's
be
relevant to the item.
happy to give a presentation to this group. And Councilman Reese, thank you, and thank you for being there. I'm going to do a couple of things off the top of my head. Because I got it buried in my phone someplace, but there's roughly 30,000 housing units throughout the region. And I caution you, throughout the region, at some various state of approval. It could be a tentative map stage, it could be the final map stage, it could be, one of my branches included that number. A lot of listener property in the North Valleys is included as well. One of the greatest hurdles and challenges we have to unlocking that land is infrastructure cost. And that'd be water, sewer, roads, everything. And there is such, I talked quite a bit about Keynesian economic theory, and when you have side demand, when demand outpaces supply, obviously prices go up, and that's one of the things. So we're really working hard in partnership with EDON and some other groups to find different ways we can help, meaning Builders Association, unlock some of that inventory, unlock some of that land. But as we all know, it's horrifically expensive. And today's interest rate environment and the cost, a couple of basis points savings on the cost to borrow the money or get the funds to initially construct it, and it's paid over time, is significant. And it would have great impact, whether a renter, a homeowner, it has a great impact. So, Councilman Reese, thank you again. Those numbers are off the top of my head for the regional pipeline. As we talked about it, I would be more than happy to give a presentation to this body. Anybody else have any questions?
No, but I appreciate all the work that you're doing.
Well, we live in a great community, and a lot of us have been here for a very, very long time, all our lives,
Yeah,
and
right.
we've seen it grow. The one other comment I will say about the region, if you go back and look, and I had the benefit of working with the majority of, we have some of the greatest master plan communities, residential development, I think, in the country, whether it's Clone Ranch, Tomei Ranch, Wingfield Springs, Somerset. We have done it very, very well throughout this region. I remind everybody of that because the majority of those projects also had SADs and they performed very well.
Yeah.
So Appreciate your help and support. And Councilman, anything you want me back to give a presentation over?
Yeah, that would be great, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to
Wonderful to see you
agendize
all.
it. Likewise. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, may I ask a question? I want to just make sure I understand as the Ward Representative. E1, E2, and E3 will open with 4?
You could just open the first one, and then if you group that one, we could open the other three and move forward.
And that was
They
open?
are all kind of joined, but I brought them all at the same time, just continuity. So you'd have they're all related, it all is same development, it's just the process to move them forward.
Well, Ms. Van Buren, I'm happy to have had them open all together, but I want to make sure that when we get to any of the ordinances.
They will all
that have to-
adopted
and have to
individually.
be read.
Correct.
Okay, you'll keep us on track, Madam
Yes, I will.
Clerk? Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Great. On one thing I do want to do, then I guess I would like to get disclosure. Do I have to open the public hearing before I do that? No. Okay. Mr. Shipman just let me know. I'd like to make disclosure for item D4, 1, E2, and E3.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Hello, City Council members and Madam Clerk. This item involves Josh Hicks, an attorney from Donald Carano, who represents Toll Brother in this matter. In my private life, I have named Adam Henner, partner at Donald Carano, to represent me in a civil matter unrelated to this item pertaining to a GPS tracker found on a car. I have guidance from the city attorney office as a client of McDonald Carano. I have been advised that I may have a commitment in private capacity to the interests of McDonald Carano pursuant to NRS 281A065. For the record, any action I may take on this item would not be reasonably affected by my client relationship with McDonald Carano. McDonald Carano is a very large law firm. This item has nothing to do with my civil case. I have no facts, information, or reason to believe that any action I today on this item will have any impact on me or McDonald Carano. Given that this is not a case where the independent judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my commitment in private capacity to the interests of Donald Carano, abstention is not required. The fact that I am represented by McDonald Carano in an unrelated civil matter will not impact my ability to impartially review, render a decision upon this item. Madam Clerk, please accept disclosure and put it on record for the meeting pertaining to this item. Thank you very much. Okay. All right.
So good afternoon.
Take away.
Vicky M. Buren, Director of Finance.
Wait, hold on. I now have to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, proper note of any correspondence received.
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on, is this a public hearing?
It says it is on right here. Anyway,
No correspondence was received.
okay, perfect. All right, take it away. You've got extra procedural.
Vicky Van Buren, Director of Finance. I'm before you again with item 4 concerning the formation of a special assessment district, which is Quillis Ranch. It's a petition by Tom North, the developer, and Josh Hicks, as he represents the developer. He will be giving a brief presentation following just the introductory slides that I'm giving you, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of background how we got here and what this is all about. This aligns with strategic plan through economic and community development. And this request for a special assessment district, it's again by Toll North Reno. It proposes the formation of a district to finance the water infrastructure for this project. The project includes about 1,200 residential units, and the estimated cost of the water infrastructure is about $39.6 million. The bond request that's being requested, the developer, is $20.1 million because they can only request the portion that applies to the district itself. Any oversizing or anything that they have to do in addition to the area would not be included. It would only include the portion that applies to the properties in this assessment district. The annual assessment is approximately about $1,500 per homeowner per year, and it would be based on a 30-year bond. And so how this works is we issue a bond, the developer puts in the infrastructure, then they request reimbursement from the city, and then we reimburse them with the bond proceeds, and then we pay that bond back over the 30 years. The residents that end up purchasing these homes will be paying for that infrastructure as live in the home and it goes in the future. The benefit to it is money's a lot cheaper, as was mentioned in public comment. It allows the builder to be able to provide the homes at a more reasonable rate for the homeowners because they're not borrowing all of that money up front to provide infrastructure that they in turn will not eventually own. In this case, the water infrastructure will be owned by Tumwa. So what the item before you today is D4 is a resolution to move forward with district to create that district and also to approve the development and financing agreement. The last time we were here, council, this was last December, and council gave us direction to go ahead and move forward with the development and financing agreement. What that is, it determines how the developer is going to put in the infrastructure and at what point they would be able to request reimbursement. In this case, it was a little trickier because we won't actually have the infrastructure like streets or roads or things. The infrastructure is going to be owned by TUMWA since this is water infrastructure. And so we had lots of conversations back and forth on how that would look. So as they put in certain sections of it, and they're able to apply to TUMWA to have them come out, inspect it, accept it as their inventory, at that point then they would be able to apply to us to get the bond proceeds back on reimbursement as they put that in. Made it a little trickier to do, but that's what D1 is on this item, is really the resolution to keep moving forward and then also to approve that development and financing agreement that lists out those terms. The next steps, which are the E1, 2, and 3 items, are the creation ordinance, so that creates that district, those properties in it, the assessment ordinance, which assigns the assessment of the properties, and then the bond ordinance to move forward with issuing the bond. So this would be the first reading of all three of those. We could have brought those back at a different meeting, but I thought it would be really nice to bring them to the same meeting, because if you want to move forward with the development and financing agreement today, then these are the steps anyway, and so we could have the conversation at the same time. If that's the way you want to move, you can go ahead and get going. So with that, I'm going to stop and let Josh, he's going to do his presentation. It's very similar to what he gave before, but it really has all the nice pictures in it. So. There you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Josh McDonald Carano. It's an honor to be here today representing Toll Brothers. Julie Wong, Land Development Director, is here as well from Toll Brothers. I also want to make sure I thank he and Scott for all the time and effort we've been spending going through the exciting world of financing water infrastructure. This is a similar presentation for those of you who were on council last year. You saw, but we've updated a few things. Just as a little background, Toll Brothers itself has a long and storied history in our community. Over 50 years of building throughout the country and half country, 3,741 homes and counting in 42 different communities through Washoe County. So a builder that's very much been here and going to be here. This graphic just gives you a little shot of the entryway into the project. This is looking roughly north at Vine Mountain in the background, and that's Garson Road, which you might remember was a dirt road. Now it's getting paved. The roundabout, you can see Boomtown. Cabela's kind of up in the left corner, and Boomtown's in that center of the picture. So that's the entryway to the Ulysses project. Just a couple slides to show kind of quality homes that you see in Toll Brothers. Obviously a quality builder, some nice looking homes. This just gives you a map of what the actual project looks like. There's multiple villages there. You can see Interstate 80 kind of going west-east at the top and then north-south at the bottom. That's kind of what curves after it gets past Cabela's out there. So you can see multiple villages, and you can see a multifamily amenity sites planned, a school site that's planned, and a neighborhood park and a regional park. So this project went to tentative map phase back in 2021, and they've been before you twice on matters related to the special assessment district, the deposit agreement, and the approval of the application. And thank you for your support and help on those issues. So just a little context before we get into water infrastructure itself. This is about over 1,200 residential units, quite of open space, 56% of the site. Like I said, community and neighborhood parks, a school site. There's also an obligation to pay a per fee for fire and a per fee to the community foundation, as well as some money for roadway safety improvements and verdi that are really needed. This picture just gives you a shot of what the water improvements look like. And like Vicki said, it will all be publicly owned. This will be publicly owned infrastructure by TUMWA. We're talking about being financed off-site. You can see the Quilisi project in the red stripes there, and you can see what's labeled OS through 9, I think it is, kind of the different projects. So it's water lines, it's water tanks, and they're all off-site, kind of run along Interstate E. It's important to note that this doesn't just service the Quilisi project. It will service other projects too out there. So this is part of TUMWA's regional plan for backbone infrastructure out there to get water out into the Verdi area. So the first one out of the Toll Brothers is responsible for building this, and then others will be beneficiaries as we go down the road. This is just a blow up of the east side. You can kind of see there's a water tank few water mains and a booster station that go various places. And this is the west side. So this is a little closer to the LSC project, which is at the bottom of the screen there. And you can see up top, that's on the Mortensen Ranch property. There's a water tank, and I'll line up there as well as a few other little things along Highway 40. It's a home protection skill, so you know where things are. It's an active site out there right now. So as you saw, routes are in, paved going in, grading's going in, water's already being built. Happy to announce that home construction is not far away. May 2025 is when Village 8 and Village 70 will start construction. We'll see homes being built or completed and ready in spring of 2028. You can see the final construction is Village 11. That's November 2029. So the project will be built out by 2031 in the summer. This is just a chart to show you kind of what the costs are for the water construction. This is kind of for the whole thing. So when you see the $39.6 million, that's the cost of doing all the water. Now, obviously, like Vicki said, not all of that is part of special assessment district. A portion of it is, but it shows you just the cost, the 7 different projects that are being put into place. I should say before I skip that, you can also see that a lot of these projects have already begun construction, and some are even complete. So water infrastructure has been getting installed as we go. This is the cost allocation. Vicki mentioned this. You know, there's the Quillisi share, which is the 21.7 million. That's the piece that we're talking about for this special assessment district. Neighboring properties will be beneficiaries of this water infrastructure. When they tie into it, they have an obligation under a Tumwa annexation agreement to participate for their share. So that's where you see the BT South share is what it's on there, and the Morton Ranch share. And Tumwa has some responsibility under this as well. So that gets you all up to that $13.6 million. The chart just shows you really how the bond proceeds work. These are estimates, but I think it's helpful for you. You can see the bond amount is $25.7 million. There's some deductions for capitalized interest. The reserve fund is very important. That's a requirement. That's in case there's any issues with property owners down the road missing assessments. That reserve fund is designed to protect the bondholders. So there will be a healthy reserve fund on this. At the end of the day, the construction proceeds of $21.4 million, that's the money that goes actually building out the water infrastructure. So what does it all mean for a homeowner? That's what this is to do. You heard Vicki also talk about if this water infrastructure is built without any kind of bonding, it's more expensive, the interest rates are higher. That gets passed on to the homeowners and they need to paying it. So we put the chart together to just show you the difference, kind of using estimates on what construction interests are and loan interests are. And the SAD loans, which are much lower interest. And at the end of the day, it saves the homeowner an average homeowner around $15,305 by going the SAD process. So just a couple others about SAD. You heard Mr. Morgan talk about some of these. SADs are mentioned in the master plan. The use of SADs is encouraged. They're a great tool to get public infrastructure built out and into the areas that we need it. So there is consistency with the master plan, especially in areas that don't have infrastructure, like Verdi, with this water. You see here, it's again mentioned again in PIF of the master plan, looking at flexibility and available tools for funding infrastructure. So that's exactly what SAD does. The SAD guidelines, this is something we've worked with Vicki quite a bit, Scott, to make sure we were meeting all these. There's always a requirement that an appraisal comes in, it has plenty of value over what the loan amount are. There's a draft appraisal worked on. I'm happy to tell you that the amounts far exceed the SAD guidelines for the city of Reno. So those will be at the reserve, like I mentioned, will be in there. The city doesn't have to pledge its general fund. This is all back to the land itself. At the end of the day, all the water improvements go over to Tumwa and become publicly owned. Legislative intent, I just put this down here because I just think it's important to note. Special assessment districts are not new. They've been around since 1909. They're widely used in a lot of parts of the state, especially in southern Nevada. And Tumwa's water source plan contemplates going out to Verdi, so this SAD helps get that financed and help get that built out. EDON was kind enough to give us a letter of support. We really appreciate that. They also know using these special assessment districts is a great tool for the city. Local business, obviously we're right out Boomtown. Very much appreciate that they're looking forward to this too. Obviously they're very excited about having some new people out there, new customers and new people to reach out to. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. That's the conclusion of my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we'll bring it back to this body. Councilwoman Ebert.
I don't really have questions. I just wanted to say, I think this is going to be a good to bring infrastructure to that area and a useful way to do that. So the city or someone's not having to pay for all of it. So I just think it sounds a good project.
All right, thanks. Councilwoman Dewar?
Do I have questions? No, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Reese.
Thanks so much, Mr. Hicks, too, for the presentation. I think the real question I want, if you want to come up, sorry. So you have become, I think, regionally and perhaps statewide an expert in the use of SADs. So over the lifetime of their use and so in Northern Nevada, I think have didn't come to you, the person to ask questions about. And maybe 3 years ago or so, we're here on an entirely different project. And project at the time that we were excited about and went forward with and up to the north of Reno. And that project didn't happen. And we, of course, lost nothing. I mean, it was paid for by developers, but it never happened that we used the SAD that way. And then, of course, I myself live inside of an SAD because I live in Somerset, and I've had to pay assessments. I think perhaps now they're off. But I guess my question for you is, this one looks like it's going to go. I mean, I see the dirt moving there. Got the Toll Brothers community home builders are a great regional and national home builder. What can you tell us about the reason why maybe one didn't go and one is going to go? Is it a change in leadership, or what can you say?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think timing of projects is important, and the previous one you're talking about was, it was much more of an aspiration project than an on-the-ground project. And that project did not move forward, not because of the SAD, but for a variety of other reasons. This project, on the other hand, is, I saw some of those pictures, it's happening. I mean, a lot of these water projects are already built out. So this SAD will actually reimburse some of those costs that have already been up there. So this is not something that's happened down the road. This is not something where we're going to be trying to time when the bond out to when the construction would happen. It's already happening. So this is ready to go. Homes are going to start being built in May. And we are dealing with putting water pipes in the ground and things as we speak.
I think that is the answer, is the timing is everything. And certainly, of course, as on the dais, we are interested in the success of every project that comes before us because your client's success is our success as a community and region. So I'm very supportive. As Ms. Eve said, this is an excellent way to make sure that we get infrastructure areas that need it, don't require TUMWA, the city, or some private water entity to be involved in it. It really does make sense. The use of this tool as a financing tool, opportunity cost, is really one. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm happy to support.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Anderson. Councilman Martinez. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I just have one quick, I'm not sure who it's for. It looks like there's $10 million in other projects for the total build out of it. Do we know where they're at that with BT, the Mortensen Rancher?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So Toll Brothers is covering the whole thing. So when looking at that other $10 million, that's more of a reimbursement obligation than
this
something
project
else.
goes with guys, or you're carrying whole.
That's correct.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, I do have a question.
All right, go ahead, 3 minutes.
I was just wondering, Mr. Things. One, how did the fire that's out there affect this land or your property at all?
There wasn't any damage to the property. What I would say is I think that the property with all the grading that went on out there, actually fortuitously acted as a nice break to keep that fire from moving.
I heard from someone else, but I thought the next step, eventually houses will be there. It would have been in the path of the fire, and I understand bare ground is fire break. Houses are tinder. And I recall what requirements we put on the houses to have internal sprinkling, external. I know we had the fire station, and that agreement being reevaluated came to us that we wouldn't, the temporary fire dispatch center was going to be eliminated, and they wanted to take money that you paid and put it into emergency vehicles down in Ward 2, down South Reno. And we decided we didn't like that idea. We asked the staff to come back with a different idea. So I just wondered, it's not, I want water out there. I mean, I've been supportive, but of that. But I just wondered, were they weren't affected because they were clear, essentially. Okay. Did they? The other question, I know it bounces off, Councilmember Taylor said, the other development are dependent on the water. And I think Meridian 120 was one of those. And then they're going away, is that right?
I can't answer that. I don't represent them, but they're not actively building anything on the site now.
So what I'm confused about is, I'm sure, did you say you'll carry the entire cost of bringing water out through this SAD with no other participation from other folks?
So let me go back to that
I'm going
slide.
to miss that slide, I'm sorry.
So this slide shows you the different responsibilities for the properties. So it is called Beach South, but that's Meridian, so that's what that refers to. This is all pursuant to an annexation agreement Tumwa has put in place with Toll. So when the property at Meridian and when the properties at Mortensen Ranch get to the point we want to connect, water infrastructure will already have all been built out by Toll.
And your SD will be paid back?
I guess it depends when they actually develop the property. The SAD is a 30-year bond, so it may or may not be paid back.
But I mean, the idea is you would front load the whole cost onto this SAD.
The SAD can only cover what the portion of the cost that benefits.
Let's say it's
the
3%.
So you can see it's about 21.7 million of the 39 million. I'm not sure what print that is.
So it's about half.
About half, yeah.
So you would pay for half, but who will pay for the other? Is it Tumwa? I'm just a little.
Tumwa has a $6.7 million obligation, and then the rest of that's about $11 million that Councilman Burr talked about. That's covered by Toll, and then they get a right to reimbursement.
That's what I was asking. Do they get reimbursed or?
Get reimbursed from those other property owners when they connect to the
Yeah,
same.
that's what I was basically asking. Is there reimbursement?
Okay.
Okay, and
All right.
Tumwa will pay. I mean, a lot of people said Tumwa will pay, but they are going to invest here.
They do have some, they do have some.
Well,
payment,
6
yes.
million is what, I don't know, 20% of 40 million or something.
Okay. All right. Councilman Reese, this is your ward.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you much. We are
Okay,
going-
for item E1, if you can have Mr. Shipman read the bill.
All right,
Yes.
take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Clerk. This is going to take a moment, so let's.
It is.
So people need to take a break. Okay, so bill number 7280, an ordinance creating the Reno, Nevada 2024 Special Assessment District Number 1, Cooley Ranch, or a water project within the city of Reno, Nevada, providing other measures related thereto, related to the district for the project located in the Mortensen Garson Overlay District, includes assessor parcel numbers, APNs following 038-190-48, 236-011-04, 236-01-07, 236-02-09, 36 181-03, 36-191-01, 236-11-02, 236-191-03, 236-191-04, 26-191-05, 236-11-06, 26-190-07, 36-191-08, 236-191-09, 236-19-110, 10, 236-191-11, 236-11-12, 236-191-13, 236-191-15, 236-19-16, 236-19-17, 236-191-8, 236-191-19, 236-191-1, 236-191-20, 236-191-23, 236-191-24, 236-192-1, 236-12-02, 236-192-03, 236-19-04, 36-82-0, 236-92-06, 236-19-07, 236-192-08, 236-192-09, 236-12-1 10, 26-192-11, 36-19-190-12, 236-192-13, 236-92-14, 236-92-15, 236-92-16, 236-201-1, 36-01-02, 236-201-03, 236-201-04, 36-201-05, 236-202-02, 36-202-02, 236-202-03, 236-202-4, 236-202-05, 236-2-06, 236-202-07, 236-202-08, 236-202-09, 236-202-10, 236-202-11, and 236-202-1 Ward 5.
Move to refer.
A motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. John, do you want to add another dash to that?
Yeah, I'm going to add a couple more, unfortunately. On its introduction, bill number 781, an ordinance creating the city of Reno, 2024 Special Assessment District 1, Quilcy Ranch, and assessing the cost of improvements and accessible property benefited by the local improvements and providing other measures related thereto, related to the district project located in Mortensen Garson Overlay District, includes assessor parcel number 038-90-48, 3601104, 236-021-07, 236-21-09, 236-181-03, 236-91-01, 236-19-02, 36-91-03, 236-191-04, 36-11-0, 236-191-06, 236-11-07, 236-191-8, 236-191-09, 236-191-10, 236-191-11, 236-191-12, 236-11-13, 236-19-14, 236-191-15, 236-191-16, 236-191-17, 236-191-18, 36-11-9, 236-191-0, 36-191-21, 236-191-22, 236-191-2, 236-191-4, 26-112-01, 236-192-02, 236-192-03, 236-192-04, 236-192-05, 36-192-06, 236-192-11, 236-192-08, 36-192-09, 36-192-10, 236-92-11, 236-192-12, 236-192-13, 236-92-14, 236-192-15, 236-192-16, 236-201-01, 26-201-02, 36-0201-03, 36-201-04, 36-01-05, 236-2-01, 236-202-02, 236-202-03, 236-202-04, 236-202-05, 26-202-06, 236-202-07, 236-202-08, 236-202-09, 236-202-10, 236-202-111, and 236-202-12. Ward.
Very good.
Move to refer.
Don't me. Right.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk.
And this is ordinance number,
Sorry,
number.
Mr.
bill number
Ship.
782, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale by the Reno of its 2020 special assessment district number 1, Quilcy, 2025 in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $6,110,000, approving the certain documents with respect to such bonds, ratifying acts taken by city officers toward the issuance of such bond, providing other matter relating thereto. 5.
Move to refer.
All right, a motion? I have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimous. All right. Item D6, Madam Clerk. Thank everyone for hanging out with us for most of the day. Sorry about that. Thanks, you guys. Okay, item D6 is going to be, this is one that we had a lot of public comment on. It's
Truckee
the
River
electrical contracting, lighting, Truckee River Path. So who's to present? You? All right, come on. Take it away. Do you have any public comment?
We do have public comment from Iris J. Papard.
Okay, Iris, come on up.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Iris J. Papard, One Truckee River Executive Director. One Truckee River OTR is a nonprofit that manages watershed coalition focused on the implementation of the One Truckee River Management Plan unanimously adopted by 3 local jurisdictions. With collaborative partnership, diverse perspectives, my comments provided are not of OTR as a whole, but are solely aligned with the organization's mission in mind to ensure a healthy, thriving, sustainable river connect to the hearts and minds of its community. Nevada and Reno are known for our lights. They define who we are in the downtown area. The Truckee River is the gem of our region. River corridor has potential to be even better than other urban rivers across the nation because we still have a natural river corridor, a riverbank and a riverside parks with trees and wildlife running through the heart of the city. River wildlife needs darkness. Lighting along the river is needed, no doubt, for matters of safety that are critical. How this lighting is done really matters. Many managing similar spaces across the country are recognizing the importance of and sharing successes with installing dark sky certified lighting, where lighting pointed downward is only on the pathway, the light is warm, and lights are on at certain times in the night, have a motion sensor. I'm excited to see and support options presented where the lights will be pointed downwards. And from the staff report, I'm unclear with the map provided if lights will only be on the pathway or will they be lighting the riverbank. I really appreciate the recent communication with city staff about these details, and I look forward to the presentation. But I currently see in staff report, I also don't see that the lighting is dark side certified, or the color of the lighting, or the details, the timer, or the motion sensors. Encourage the council to go with the bell shape for the solar power option, and encourage the lighting approved to meet all three dark sky features mentioned. It will support our collaborative work together, current and future, repairing a unique riverbank, and ensuring we preserve this space for the Truckee River. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we know additional in-person public comment. For the record, did receive 4 comments that were written and have been distributed to the Reno City Council, 3 in Port and 1 of Kern.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Justin George, Civil Engineer, Public Works Department. This item before you is for the select of a light fixture style and for award of a construction contract to Titan Electric Contracting for the Truckee River Path Lighting Project. Council previously allocated state and local fiscal recovery funds through the American Rescue Plan Act to implement improvements for the Truckee River Vision Plan. At June 5th meeting, council requested for staff to investigate Truckee River Path lighting improvements to the east Lake Street. I have a short presentation to the scope of the light improvements, alignment with the city's strategic plan and Truckee River Vision Plan, and we'll have 2 motions. The first motion be to approve 1 light fixture style, and the second to award a construction contract. The Truckee River Path Lighting Project aligns with the following strategic plans. I wanted to shine light on the first title of the slide. There are areas of this path that lighting goals are lacking. This project will enhance public safety for the first responder called out to the river path, for the river ranger to focus on the path, and also the police officers that share fence line with the river path at the Public Safety Center. The second is that it will help secure our park for the residents and visitors that want to utilize the river path at night. The third is this project will maintain our infrastructure along the river path. So staff looked at the current light fixtures along the river path. You can see in this image, there are currently 4 different styles for the segment of the river path that we're looking at. They're all in varying conditions, and some of them are not dark sky compliant. Inconsistent lighting levels along the path, so it provides inconsistent lighting along the path, and there are segments that are no longer working. So the Truckee River Path Lighting Project was before council, like I said, on June 5th, and the area of focus was along Riverside Drive. At that time, council asked staff to look at the river path lighting East Lake Street. Public Works staff connected with Parks and OM staff to identify lighting upgrades for the areas marked out in purple and blue on this image. This is nearly 2 miles of river path. As shown on the last slide, there are various style lights along this stretch, and many light poles don't even function, leaving some segments unlit. We worked with our consultant in lighting to identify repairs and upgrades to address the Truckee River Vision Plan goals of providing consistent lighting throughout the corridor and address safety concerns. The segments of river path in purple in this image have infrastructure that can be repaired and upgraded to accommodate traditional hardwired lighting assemblies. These segments are Riverside Drive segment from Booth Street to Rawson Drive, so that's on the left side of the screen here, and East Museum Drive to the pedestrian bridge at John Champion Park. That's that longer purple segment, kind of middle to the right of the screen. The set of river path in blue doesn't have infrastructure that can be repaired, so we're pursuing solar light assemblies for this segment. This segment is from the north side of the pedestrian bridge at John Champion Park to the east through Finnman's Park. What this project will include is the removal and replacement of light assemblies, repairs to the conduit, wiring, pole boxes, and service meters, and installation of anti-vandalism upgrades throughout. We sought input from other local municipalities on what anti-vandalism measures that they've had success with and have incorporated into the project. We publicly bid this project in October to provide council with accurate project costs. And included in that bid is the selection of one of 2 light styles shown there, so that purple line on the bottom for the hardwired segment. The cost difference is negligible between these 2 as we put out bid as an either or for us to select one of those 2 options of lights. The solar light assembly shown for the blue segment matches the solar lights installed in other areas of the city. This is for uniformity and style and for more efficient maintenance in the future. Council allocated $1.3 million to lighting upgrades on the river corridor. And with this project, we're asking for just over $1 million to award the construction contract today. Following award of this construction contract, Public Works will be seeking a 2-year service contract. Some of those remaining ARPA funds that will cover maintenance and repairs to these lights through the end of the ARPA funding period, which is in December of 2026. This will help offset the burden of parks maintenance staff and help keep the corridor continuously lit. So this slide shows the two options of hard light assemblies. Option 1 on the left is a traditional bell-shaped fixture. Option 2 on the right is a modern round-shaped fixture. I wanted to address some of the feedback we received from stakeholders about upgrading energy-efficient LED light fixtures along the river corridor. Light fixtures we're proposing are dark sky compliant. We worked with the light manufacturers to select an elongated light pattern that illuminates river paths while trying to minimize impact to the surrounding riverbank. The light color for these fixtures is a warm color. We have also incorporated astronomical timers, which Parks has found to provide the most reliable timing mechanisms for controlling when lights switch on and off at recreational facilities. This next slide is a rendering showing these two options in a segment of the river path downtown. Again, on the left is option 1, that traditional L-shaped figure. On the right is option 2, that modern round-shaped fixture. And this rendering here shows that solar light fixture along that segment east of John Champion Park. So the first motion before you today is for selection of the light fixture type. And the second motion is to award construction contract to electrical contracting. That concludes my presentation.
You have the solar option.
Correct.
I just said between two.
So there is one, so we've got these two distinct sections of lighting along the river. That purple section is where we have a traditional hardwired light. So we've got the infrastructure to light with the electricity coming from grid, which is to be a better option for this. Will provide us lifestyles. We have the selection to choose from. And we only looked at solar option for that blue segment from the John Champion Park to Fisherman's Park because the infrastructure there is not in a condition where we can upgrade it and get it back into a working function. So a solar light fixture is we could plant it there and run off of the solar. We don't have to tie it in the grid. So we only look solar for that one option. We've got the kind of more architectural options for the hardwired section in purple.
Wouldn't solar though better? I mean,
I think she's for the whole thing.
I think long term, solar does come with some obstacles. You do batteries that you eventually have to replace once they do wear out. The other thing too is the tree canopy. That E segment in blue, it is kind of a more open tree canopy. Lights we can place outside of the canopy to light them. A lot of the purple segments that we see there, especially from Museum Drive through John Champion Park, there's a lot of tree cover there. So a solar option would work. And similarly, along Ralston Drive, a lot of those lights are under the tree canopy, so solar option won't work there. So that's what we're looking at. The main reason we're looking at hardwire for the purple segments is the tree canopy covering the
that makes
the
sense.
solar.
Thanks for the explanation. I appreciate it. Councilwoman Taylor, Vice Mayor.
I guess my comment, I don't have a necessary preference on 1 or 2. I would say if there's a maintenance advantage, one or the other, or cost, one or the other of preference from the technical engineering team, that would be I would go in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, so the thing with the LED fixtures, those two options, it is the same type of fixture, this type of LED that's up in there. So we've checked with our installers, we've checked with Parks and Rec staff, and the challenge is similar. Cost is negligible between the two. It pretty much comes down to style.
Okay.
I guess I do like the bell dial better. Were you able to secure a longer section of path because you guys did something fantastic? I can't remember what it was.
So back in Fifth, we were looking at that Riverside Drive segment. So that is that small segment to the left of the screen here. So just from street to Ralston. So we looked at the purple segment east of Lake Street. So that's what we added after we came to council last, was the segments east.
We'll be expecting you to do more with less coming in the future too.
We try our best.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Joe, for the presentation. I just wanted to highlight what Council Mayor had is just the questions that were added to this and appreciate extending the activity out that way. Thank you.
Councilwoman Anderson.
Is this where we're saying what our preferences are? I also like the bell shape, this better.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. George, are these, both the Bell and Modern, are they dark sky friendly? What's a comment that Ms. Jopard
Correct.
asked about that?
Yep, the Ben Modern Shape are both dark sky compliant. I checked the darksky.org website, and both these fixtures were listed on their website. The solar option also is in compliance with dark sky requirements.
Okay, well, I refuse to opine about which one I prefer. I just don't have the design aesthetic ability to add to the conversation.
I did want to ask one quick question, because you would probably know this too. Is the bell goes down, but the other one, it looks like would emit this way. So or am I seeing wrong?
So if you take a look at this photo here, I think it gives a better representation. That previous one, that's kind of a side shot. So you're looking at it from the side, from as you would be down at the street. But if you see here, that kind of rounded shape, the
Yeah.
little dome on top of it,
Yeah.
keeps that light from
I
from
just,
going up.
this is my preference. This is weird whenever you have to choose style and all that, because it's so selective. But I would, just my thought process is, over in that area, very traditional brick, it's older. So I think the appearance of a bell shape is much more traditional looking, but that's just my thought on it, for sure. So you sort of stay in lines of the design, of the neighborhood, and adds sort of charm to it. Anyway, just me.
Thanks. So I'm going to add a fourth vote for the bell. I also agree with my colleagues. It's more aesthetically pleasing for that area. And whether or not they're both dark sky compliant, the bell implies that it is dark sky. It reads more dark compliant. In addition to Ms. Papard comment, we also got a comment from the Conservation Committee from Audubon. And they reiterated two that you said, one being dark sky, but the second being the warm bandwidth for light, that it was preferable. So I appreciate, I just wanted to reference her comment and thank Ms. Papard for being here as well to give voice to comment, if I wasn't here and reading this. I just appreciate having lights. It'll be amazing. One thing I'm a little confused about, I know closing our parks, I think they close at dark. And I just want to make sure, I know we need light, but I also was thinking, not even encouraging people to be on this path. And is that correct?
All right, thanks for the question, Nathan Oley, Parks Recreation Director for the rec. I think when it comes to the river path, as far as like transitioning through it and traveling through it, we're discouraging that because a contiguous path.
Well, the reason I ask is we made them part of park.
Exactly.
And the parks have opening and closing hours.
That's right.
And what are those hours?
From October through the end of March, it's from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then it changes in the summer from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Okay.
So the alternate months.
Right. So it gets a little dark, 4/7 and 4/10.
Absolutely.
But, right. So anyway, I thought it's sunrise to sunset initially, whatever it is. But anyway, glad we're doing it. Give a vote over to Bell. And thank you for, complying with the request.
I'm also going to go for the L shape. I think it looks nicer, more like traditional park lighting. The other's kind of cool, modern looking. I'm just imagining people like throwing stuff on there, to be honest. Like have things that happen in my ward where there's banners or art that got hung on the Vista Parkway, and we got the art hung up there. People had pulled some of the bars, and so I'm just imagining people doing pull-ups and stuff. Not that they would necessarily be able to reach that, but that's kind of where my mind goes. But I also agree that the L shape looks nicer, and I think it, to Councilor Dewar's point, it just kind of gives that more appearance of a dark skies type of lighting. And I've also just had constituents personally reach out to me with concerns about the dark skies. So I'm really happy to see that they're, both of them are compliant with that. So thank you.
All right.
Make a motion.
Let's get a motion.
Yeah, sure. And this is item D6.
This is Councilwoman Viner's word.
The whole thing, and some is in, I think, 3-2. But anyway, do you prefer to make the motion? Oh, all right. Well, I'll just make a motion to approve item D6 with the bell light structure and the other parameters you've provided. Thank you.
All right. A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And then motion B, move to award the contract to Titan Electrical Contracting in an amount not to exceed $1,002,100 for the Truckee River Pathing Project.
All right. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Carrie, for all your work, because you guys know that I've read you over the coal with the Truckee River. But it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful, and people are going to be able to enjoy it. It's going to be safe. So I'm really thank you for your hard work, because like I said, I know I've been really tough on you, and Iris, for your comments too. I hope that makes you feel better, Iris. Yes. Okay. Thanks so much. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, on item H1, city council comments.
Right, I'm going to make a comment if you guys don't have any comments. Does anyone have any comments?
I think I had one comment, but do you?
Councilwoman Ebert, I'm going to go to you first.
Okay, I just wanted to say that Friday, day after Thanksgiving, there's going to be a fundraiser at Uncle Dunky's downtown from 2 to 4 p.m. The fundraiser to help sponsor the cooking classes for Reno seniors. So if anybody wants to come, can come before the tree lighting ceremony. So hopefully somebody can come down. So that's it. Thank you.
Right. And I guess I was confused. Are you going to be cooking?
We're not going to be cooking. It's just a fundraiser to just raise funds to kind of keep the cook classes going, maybe expand them a little bit. We had over 100 people show up today, so they're growing. It's really well attended. People love them. So just do what we can to expand what we could do for seniors here. So,
okay, come do her.
My comment is that we had a joint meeting in the Western Regional Water Commission with the Northern Nevada Water Plant. They discussed top priority for water infrastructure. It was a multi-hour meeting. But one of the outcomes I want everybody to know is that voted to move forward with an assessment of regionalizing sewer. So that's Reno, Washoe County. They're going to do a study. They're going to look at what all sewer projects there are, who's running them. As a side note, some of them are providing reclaimed water. How are they charging for that reclaimed water? It's different in every jurisdiction, every location. So some people pay something. Some people don't. Some people get it for free. Some people get it cost. Some people, are upset about what they pay, et cetera. So they're going to look at it all. As part of it, too, we asked them to look at stormwater. Everyone knows we made a very valiant effort to set up a stormwater utility. We decided to pause that and look at regional stormwater. This doesn't quite go there, but in doing sewer project, all of sewer groups also do stormwater. So they're going to, by necessity, look at both. And they're going to get back to us and some recommendations. So wanted everybody to know what's going on because it's a main topic of conversation. Going back 10 years ago, we sat at Truckee Meadows Regional Planning and Strategic Planning Workshop, and virtually every jurisdiction, every rep said number one impediment to growth was sewer, lack of sewer capacity. And so here we are 10 years later, and we're trying to take a very important step to potentially regionalize that. So just wanted to share with everyone on that. Got a few more things, but one I wanted to mention. And this will come up later, we, because of Nevada Department of Agriculture was going to participate with on the fence for the horse. They ran into trouble because BLM has required to do an EIS, which is going to cost over $1 million. So their portion of the project is at least a year out. We have to, at least 2, because actually they have to get the money, then they have to do study, then blah, blah. So we are looking to close the gap, and one of the ways is that I asked Wild Horse Connection to do a fundraiser. And they are, and they're exceeding what they had hoped. They had hoped to raise $1,000, 30 days, but it looks like they're going to raise 15. So I just wanted people to know what's going on, and if you have an interest in contributing to that, go for it. And I'm sure we'll hear more about this in coming meetings.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? No, one thing I'm just bringing to everyone's attention, usually I go around, I try to make sure everyone gets their comments. As we move forward, I'm not going to do that. So if you want to speak, you're going to have to push a button. The reason you're going to want to do that is Madam Clerk is going to help me. You might have to say, hey, wait a minute, because sometimes I know get going. But I just want to point that out, that I won't continue to go around. I'm only going to call on if you want to speak. Is that okay?
Yeah. All right. Can I ask for the clerk, I thought at some time the system allowed us to push a button, say, I wish to speak.
It does, doesn't it?
Can we sort of get back on track with that? Do council look kind of thing?
You absolutely can't. I will say the only computer it will display on mine and Madam Mayor's. So I will make sure that she and I get together and on the same page with proceeding in that fashion.
And you might interrupt me and say, I'd like speaker.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. But I don't want to keep going around because oftentimes.
Nobody.
Right, and so just want to make our meetings as streamlined as
I
possible.
think it's a good idea.
Okay.
are you saying that's for the end portion or the whole thing? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? No. And how are you feeling? You made it. Survived your first meeting. Good for you. Okay, that's great. Councilwoman Anderson. Okay, anything else? No? Then I'm going to send it to Councilman Anderson, I think is our favorite motion.
Oh, Madam Mayor,
No?
before close, can I just closing public comment? We received 2
Oh,
letters
please.
concern at 4 p.m. yesterday. Both of those have been distributed to the council and are part of the minute record. And so now you are ready to take motion to adjourn.
Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Anderson.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, good job. I have a motion.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everyone. Have a great Thanksgiving. That's right, we won't see you. So I hope you enjoy lots and lots of turkey.